Hello, and welcome to our very latest episode of the Night Quest with Doodle and CMoney. I am CMoney, and I am joined by the always lovely Doodle.
What's up, everyone? Happy Tuesday. Thank you so very much for rocking out with us today. Let's get it. Or should I say Beanie Tuesday?
Yo,
I'm just saying.
Come on, man.
I was left out, you guys. Look, how can they do this to me?
I think we need to get to the point where when everyone watches the show, they're rocking the beanie.
Yo, that'll be dope. That'll be dope. Not gonna lie.
Embrace the beanie. Hashtag embrace the beanie. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. But of course, you know what it is, man. It's Tuesday, bro. So it's not just Doodle and myself.
Yes, baby. Tell him.
Oh, no. We are joined by the homie himself. Our boy, Pharaoh, motherfucking Bizarre.
Yes, baby.
Be here, bro.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Doing pretty good.
Calm down, Pharaoh. Calm down.
It's been an interesting week since we last did a show together.
I have some questions for you.
Okay.
I have some questions.
Oh, questions like start right this second questions or questions like after we do our normal start?
Go ahead. Up to you.
No, I mean, if you got questions, ask the questions.
I'm just wondering how he feels about certain things, you know, like a statement from somebody named Sean, right? The comparison of Xbox to Sega and what took place. I'm just wondering, what do you think when that happened?
I think Sean Layden is still very much tied to PlayStation, and he's kind of salty looking at Xbox ascending in ways that no other company could. You know, from afar, being a part of Tencent, like every time you try to kill Xbox, they come back 2 times stronger, and everything you tell them to do, they do it, and it works. You know, you tell them to act like a $2 trillion company or $3 trillion company, they start spending hundreds of billions of dollars on gaming, and it starts working. And you tell them that they're going to become a third-party publisher, and they start putting games everywhere, and your game stops selling. So, like I said, I think it's a backhanded compliment, but I think they're just hurt that, you know, everything they do to kill Xbox or make it seem like a negative for Xbox actually ends up working out positively for them because they have the money and the power to make it a positive for them.
Okay.
Like
at this point, Phil's just out there like, okay, so taking notes. Third party. All right, you got it.
That's what you want? You really
$1 trillion company. You got it.
Yeah, you really want us to do that?
Check.
You really think we can't?
Dude,
all right,
I feel like Phil is on some biblical shit with the way that he's flooding PlayStation, bro. Motherfuckers need a Noah's Ark on that bitch because they ain't nothing saving what's left out there, yo. It's just gonna be what Xbox puts there. God damn.
That's their console now. I said it. This is an Xbox, you guys. PlayStation is a freaking Xbox.
Feels like this is my country now.
Yep. Took over, man.
It's all fun and games now. But what happens when you drop Ghost of Yote and Xbox drops something the same week and your game doesn't sell that month the way that you wanted it to sell, or your game doesn't sell that year how you wanted it to sell because Xbox starved your game out by flooding the streets with their game?
I mean, at this point, why even release games? Hiroki, why? That is the question. What for?
Okay. So when you get to that point where it's why even release games if PlayStation says, let's get back to our roots where we just provide the hardware and other people come in and provide the software, then it gets to a point where your subscription service is garbage. Your PlayStation Plus is garbage. And at that point, why don't I go over to Xbox or Nintendo, who actually makes games that, Xbox is bringing games over, but Xbox has a subscription service. Nintendo isn't bringing games over, so they have exclusives. Xbox still has exclusives, but it's just you can get a bunch of Xbox games on PlayStation. But at that point, it's just why don't I go elsewhere? Like, what's the point on staying on PlayStation when everyone is everywhere else and they have exclusives and better services and content than PlayStation is providing?
Agreed.
Facts.
Agreed. I'm gonna really quickly go to Pragmatic. Thank you for rocking out. Thank you for being here. Happy Tuesday, love.
What's up, fam?
Pragmatic says, let the games speak for themselves. That's the thing, though. This is such a confident move to go ahead and say, this is what we're doing. Our games are going to show up on your platform and they're going to sell, unlike yours. The battle of the games.
Who gets hurt the most in this is actually going to be the media. Because as Xbox releases these older games onto Xbox that you reviewed poorly, and they release them on the same state that they released them on Xbox years ago, they're going to be like, how the hell did you give this game a 70?
Exposed?
Yeah. How the hell did you give Starfield an 83? Things like that. Like how are these games rated so low? These games are amazing. So that's gonna be the group of people that get hurt the most are a lot of these review companies that have kind of been bashing Xbox and their releases before they acquired ABK and Bethesda.
Facts.
So they should be, we've known, their ways, but now they're going to be so much more careful. And this is the beauty of the psychological games that are being played here. Nothing is for sure. So they love talking about Halo going on PlayStation, right? But Gears as well. But these are just wishes upon a star. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, then, you're just going to have to wait and see if it does happen someday. But the way that the media now needs to move, it's a lot more careful and tactical, and they have to give themselves kind of like that space. What if I'm reviewing this game and this game is going to end up on PlayStation? What next? Right? So Age of Mythology just released in September of 2024, right?
Yep.
And here we go. Now it's January and we're talking about it hitting PlayStation in March. So how is this game going to be viewed? This is the thing that they've put out there with the media. We know your tricks, we know your games. Now you're going to have to be a little bit more careful and a bit more fair. I think this goes back to, what Phil said. Starfield could be an 11 and it still wouldn't be rated with that type of fairness, essentially. Right? So I think we're looking at a way to kind of balance things out a bit more. And listen, boot on the neck. Right? If you are not doing it on your own, we are gonna show you the way and you're gonna have to follow. I love it.
I feel like PlayStation fans should be saying stop bringing Xbox games to Xbox. They should be begging PlayStation to block these games from coming to Xbox. Because what chance does, Fair Games have? What chance does Marathon have if Call of Duty's there, Halo's there, Gears is there, Fortnite's there, the new Battlefield that's on the way, like GTA's on the way? What chance does some of these PlayStation new IPs that don't have a relationship with any type of fan base? What chance do those games have if you're flooded with everything on your box? It's going to be very hard for your new IP to have room to breathe. At least with Xbox, when they release a new IP like South of Midnight, everyone is going to have a chance to play it inside of Game Pass, even if it doesn't quote unquote sell. It gets a chance to establish a fan base. It gets a chance to establish hype. You get to see streams of people playing it. Like, people are going to play that game, and it gives a new IP a chance at life that it may not have had otherwise. There's so many new IPs that kind of, go by the wayside that are great games. Like a game like Eternal Strands, new IP. A lot of people may have not played that game if it was not in Game Pass. So the fact that it is in Game Pass gives a lot of people a chance to play it and be like, oh, wow, this game is awesome. Or this game is awesome, but it has these little issues here and there, but I still love the game. Versus, otherwise that may have not happened.
I think a game also like Power World could have potentially been very overlooked. And the fact, because we saw what happened when they ported the game to PlayStation, there wasn't much out there to see. It was in Game Pass and it was on Xbox. It was thriving, right? Everyone was out there and kind of sharing photos and videos and expressing how much they enjoy the game. You don't need, as long as you make a good game, if it goes into Game Pass, the marketing, I mean, it will just be done for you because the game will speak for itself. It's true, Farrell. They are drowning them with Xbox games. And it's like, when are you going to realize what's taking place here? Or was that love just all fake for the platform and your box? What is going on?
Agreed. And
go ahead.
I mean, say what you were gonna say. It's fine.
Well, I was gonna say, like, for instance, right now it doesn't matter much because like the latest Gran Turismo has already captured, the sales that it's gonna capture. But Forza Horizon 6 and the new Gran Turismo drop at the same time. What happens to Gran Turismo?
Facts. That is 100% true. That is 100% true. But listen, we're gonna get into it. All right. Yes. Can't forget how we start our show. God damn it. You know what this is, man. We're here with our homies live in the building, man.
Yes.
We appreciate each and every one of y'all for being here. But of course,
thank you guys.
Shout out to our Patreon and YouTube members. You guys that support us each and every month are awesome. So thank y'all so much. But of course, we do have to shout out our YouTube elite members. That's right. We got the homie Big Boy Mike and Dark Angelic. And of course, our YouTube Inner Circle member. We got the homie Big Migs Gaming. Now, this is the thing.
Yes.
First 3 people in the building, not popping up here. I glanced and recall first and third, definitely. Second,
Okay.
Because it was a name that was a newer name to me. And I've seen the name, but I haven't like seen the name. You know what I'm saying? So like I've seen it, but I didn't. So my best guess is what I wrote down. So shout out, first one in the door. It was the homie Irel.
Let's go.
He was number 1, first in the building.
Right. Thank you, love. Welcome.
Number 2.
Ooh.
I really feel like this was the name. Chuck Trinity.
Chuck.
Thank you. Is the name.
Thank you for rocking out. Music 72 is
Finley.
Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Listen, I feel like
that was good. See, that was good. I feel
like that's pretty close, right?
You did good.
Like that's not one of the normal names that we're saying up here all the time. So
Chuck Trinity is a hell of a pen name, though.
That is a dope ass name right there. Yeah. Chuck Trinity.
Oh, Chuck. Thank you.
There we go.
Here. Let's go. Chuck, thank you for being here, love.
I knew it. I was pretty close.
Good job, C.
So shout out to Chuck being number 2.
Woo!
Slapping up Music 72.
Yes.
Just slapping them up. Stay down, Music. Stay down. You don't get into the top 3.
Step aside. I'm here. Damn. Let's go. I love how Music was the one who gave us the right spelling.
Yeah, that's the homie. That's the homie.
Wow. You know how it be.
Oh, man. And rounding out our top 3 is our boy. You know him well.
He's go.
Always around the top. And that's our
Jonas the dad, baby.
Jonas the motherfucking dad.
Yes.
That's right. He said he took a screenshot. Am I correct, Jonas? Jonas, tell the people that CMoney has the memory that was able to get everything correct.
It's the beanie. The beanie gives him superpowers. Yes.
You know what I'm saying? It is the beanie power.
Beanie for sure.
Fucking A, man. So yes, shout out to you guys. Appreciate y'all.
Look at that. Let's go.
As y'all know, man, you guys live in the building right now, each and every one of you is supporting us in such a major way, and we appreciate you. You right there watching, man. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you
guys
guys.
are the shit. Thank y'all for rocking out with us, man. You guys are awesome sauce. Now, I will say, like I said, everything cut off. So I don't know how far back any of this goes, but I do got my boy Raiden Blade in the building.
Woo!
That's right. With
Let's
that
go,
super chat.
Raiden
My
Blade.
dude, thank you for being here, man. Oh man, he's getting philosophical with these ponies so
let's
early.
go. Let's go.
They're like Confucius, they don't know where they are right now. All right. He says, how can an ant understand the path of an elephant?
Oh,
woo!
Oh,
damn!
Sit down, gallopers.
Wow!
Take a moment. Let that sink in.
That's
They're
wow!
That's like a haiku right there.
That is a haiku right there. How can an ant
understand
the path of an elephant?
That could be like a Book of X shirt.
I feel like that needs to be a Book of X shirt.
Yes.
Right there.
Yeah, like it could be like, how can an ant understand the path of an elephant? Book of X, on point for gamers. There you go.
Woo! Let's go.
I feel like that's a good
merch. I love it. I love it. Let's go.
I gotta write down that quote.
Go ahead.
How can an ant?
That's wild.
Understand.
Well said.
The path of an elephant. God damn.
That's like the Book of X, baby. You already know.
The Book of X.
Yes.
Wow.
That was beautiful.
God damn, Raiden. God damn. That's a fucking way you started a show with a fucking quote like that. God, does he have? I feel like that needs to get pinned. Write it again. We need to pin that bitch. That is like the mantra right now of what's happening.
It is.
God damn, that was beautiful. We love that.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if he gets it. Okay. Somebody write it. That was awesome. It's so true. It's so true. Their feeble minds cannot comprehend what's happening. You know what I'm saying? They just show up every morning and get their
feeling
food.
like
You know what I'm saying? They just get their here's your feed. Here's your feed, little pony. Here's your feed. Right? That's all they do. They just show
it's been
up.
like 2 years since they had a showcase.
Damn. Why you gotta throw truth at them? You know that hurts.
I can't remember the last time they had a state of play. It's been almost like 6 months since they had a state of play.
Hey, supposedly this week coming up.
Supposedly, but it was like early fall the last time they had a state of play. So it's coming up on close to like 5-6 months now. So they're just
Are they gonna talk about the cancel games?
Ooh, that is the state. That is their
that was secret levels. That was what secret levels were
for. True. Facts. 100%.
That's wild. Let's go.
Maybe baby steps, shows up again.
Or maybe it's gonna be about anime.
Hey,
maybe it is gonna be. Can you imagine?
Like, hey guys,
I want to let you know we're making more anime, guys. I know you love it. I know gamers always love anime. That's what we want.
I have to look at what anime
video
they
games
actually
are cool,
make.
But
I know they got a
board
Ghost of
games are
Tsushima
cooler.
Are they making a goal? Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they're doing a Ghost of Tsushima anime, but I can't like.
See?
I don't know of anime that Sony makes. I know they are a distributor of anime, but I can't think of like what they actually make. I'd have to look at that, see if they make anything that's actually good.
Organic.
Facts.
Yeah.
Facts.
They have been anything but organic in the anime industry.
Yeah, they need to start stealing shit or doing something. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, at this point,
at gunpoint. Whatever they got to do, they're gonna have to do something because it ain't looking great.
Sign this over. You guys can't see. Damn. CMoney's got these tiny circles.
Yeah, put it right here.
Have y'all heard of the show Dandadan?
Oh my God, Madman was telling us about it
on anime and I'm sorry,
pop culture, right?
On point for pop culture. Yes.
Yeah.
That's our members only show we had on Saturday.
But Dandadan was extremely popular. It's like one of the most popular animes of the year last year. But at the time, it's made by Kodakawa. at the time, Sony
That's
was
made by Kadokawa.
Yeah.
That's why they
The
got it.
extra
They're
4%.
all looking for their penises. That's why they bought the show. Wow, it makes so much sense to me now. Wow. Okay.
Oh, damn. See,
got it.
But
damn.
all right.
That one
now I
cut
understand.
deep. That cut deep.
It's crazy how it's linked.
Woo.
So, Crunchyroll, which is owned by Sony, and Netflix had the streaming rights for the anime. Sony was doing everything in their power to limit the success of the show because they were trying to purchase Kadokawa. So they were trying to drive the price down by tanking Dan at the time.
Wow. Yo, that's I mean, it's PlayStation. Of course they were doing that.
That's crazy.
See, this is why it's easy to maybe forget seeing them just letting people go and losing their minds and canceling games. But this is who they are. And that is why they're in the situation that they're in.
Yeah.
Facts. 100%. Let's go ahead and get our homie. We need motherfucking kills.
Let's go, baby.
Who went ahead
Woo!
and became an on point for gamer.
Let's go.
Baby.
We need kills.
That's what I'm talking about.
Welcome to the family.
The homie, we need kills. Thank you so much, sir. Y'all know what to do.
Tell him, baby.
Put motherfucking welcome to the family emoji in the chat.
Yes.
Welcome our newest member, our boy. We need kills.
We need
Thank
kills.
you so much, man. We appreciate you, fam. Thank you so very, very much. Shout out to him. And shout out to the homie Starkey Love.
Yes. What's up, Love?
Says, when the year-end fiscals reveal that Microsoft dwarfed Sony revenue on PlayStation, the industry will be turned upside down. Microsoft is way out front now. Oh, yes. It's going to be, it's going to be so crazy because it's already like we're living this moment now, right? Like we see it all happening. Yo, I started to think that like these ponies didn't like games at all. You know, that they were just, you know, they go to bed every night, snuggled up on their PlayStation, slip something into the disk drive, you know, unwarranted, you know, bust the nut and then keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? Like I thought that was the pony life. You know, it wasn't about playing the game. But now seeing how excited across the board they all are for all of these Xbox games, man, who knows? They might have a little gaming in them. It's just they're stuck on a platform that refuses to make games anymore. You know what I'm saying?
They were just deprived. They
deprived.
Just, you know, it's like you know, doing the deed for the first time. It's like, oh, this is what I've been missing.
Yeah.
And then not having it forever. I get it. I understand. That's a rough life.
That's what the box is for.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah. I mean,
hey, Pony, why does your box have a line, a hole, and then a line? I don't know. The disc is just flat. Why do you have a little hole in your?
Is PlayStation the only platform holder to start their console without a single first-party game? I think they are. Like Atari made their own games. You know, Sega came out the gate.
Oh, you're talking about the Pro?
Not about like from PlayStation 1. Like I think like PlayStation started out, they didn't have any games. They started out as a full third-party box.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Oh, and look at them now.
Are you shitting me?
Yeah, that was.
So they're just going back
full circle.
Yeah,
organic growth.
Organic growth. They're just going back.
Yeah,
that's what it's about.
They ended up buying publishers later, but they built like the original thing on the PlayStation 1 was we want to create a place where publishers or developers can make the best games possible. So there was because they had a deal with Nintendo to make a disc-based console. So Nintendo kind of did them dirty at the end of the deal, and they said, well, we're going to release the console anyway, but they didn't have any games. So they reached out to all the developers and said, come make your games here. And then they purchased Psygnosis a little bit later. Yeah. Which was at the time like the largest publisher in the industry. Like they bought their version of ABK back in the 90s. But yeah, they launched their console without a single first party title.
That's wild. So they're just going back. They say when you get close to death, you revert back to your beginnings. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You feel
to your roots.
You get back to your
roots.
Yeah.
Wow. Who knew that that's what took place? I didn't even know that.
Phil punched them so hard. They're back on the freaking PlayStation 1 era. Damn.
That's wild.
They're on their way back to PlayStation 1 era at this rate. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. You got the homie Raiden Blade in the building with that.
Yo, let's go.
I appreciate you. Homie says, hello, Troy. Do you like my gifted wooden house? Sorry, I meant ponies. The invasion has begun.
Woo!
Before you know it, SIE will only have 5% games released on PlayStation. Damn. 5%.
That's generous.
That's a lot.
That's generous.
When you think about how many games are released in the course of a year, 5% will be massive for them. They're like going to be, they'd be lucky if they equal 1%. They're like something percent. I can tell you right now, Xbox is going to be a lot bigger percentage than that, yo. Oh my God. They are fucking,
they're not messing around.
They are not messing around, yo. They are not messing around. We got the homie Starkey Love back.
Starkey was good.
My homie. Thank you, man. Appreciate
Thank you,
fam.
love.
Says, and those asking, quote, why buy Xbox? Quote, better hardware ecosystem, all Microsoft games, day and date, and Game Pass. They get the jump on next gen too, just like the 360. Ooh, facts. Again, I know it's hard for these ponies when they hear the truth. They don't like that. They like their imagination running wild. You know what I'm saying?
Don't
Xbox is gonna lose because Sony gets 30%.
No. Oh my God.
Got it.
The crap we have to hear.
Bro, the dumbass bullshit that we have to hear is crazy. And of course, we have our boy Kenneth Williams.
Kenneth, what's good?
8 months, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, homie. Says Xbox games going to PlayStation is like Microsoft taking over them right now. Less sales for Sony games and more sales for Xbox. Facts.
That's what's crazy.
That's
what's crazy. There's less and less room for their own games. How can you go ahead? And again, it's just like it all just resonated with them. Okay, so they're barely making games, right? One big game a year. Then the game came, they have budgets, right? They're struggling with money. Like, they went ahead and they said, I am going to capitalize on all of your weaknesses. They cannot come out here and knowing the bougie taste that these developers claim to have, deliver games like Lego Ho. It's just not going to happen. Or like Astrobot, it's just not going to happen. It is not their cup of tea. This is insane.
Yeah.
And this is the perfect time to strike, knowing the type of year that they have ahead of them with all the games constellations and everything else. This is ruthless and we're here for it, baby.
Yeah. If I was Xbox, if I'm dropping Gears or Halo as people are claiming, I'm dropping it the same week Ghost of Yote comes out. What's up?
Facts. Big facts.
I don't think that they will pass up that opportunity. I think that the moment that they get a freaking date for that game or whatever comes out this year, they will let their presence be known.
Yeah,
I feel like that is just the space that they're in right now. We saw it happen in
Concord
with Concord, and they dropped what was her name? June, that character, the skin.
The Overwatch, they did like Overwatch update.
Yes, like they've been there just keeping them on check, and now they're coming into their platform to just invade. That is insane.
That's funny. We've been saying, it's funny because we've been saying this.
Yeah.
Right. We've been saying this. Like Concore's launching. Look at Xbox dropping fucking Overwatch update. Look at them doing this. Look at the Call of Duty beta, right? Lining up. Like we've been talking about how strategically Microsoft has been taking Sony apart piece by piece every time they drop a new IP, right? Honestly, though, Ninja Gaiden 4 has me thinking Ghost of Yotei is going to get delayed.
I mean, it should.
I mean, listen, if we get a state of play this week, then maybe they'll confirm what's happening with that. But the way I see it, I don't know how you take the game that people were hoping was going to be a different game, but then you decided to change it up and release Ghost of Yotei instead of Ghost of Tsushima 2 and put that against a highly anticipated sequel that people didn't even know they were going to be anticipated for this year, but now are, right? Like if all Xbox has to do is drop Ninja Gaiden anywhere near Ghost of Yotei.
Yeah, I would drop that, yeah, you know what? You're right. I would drop Ninja Gaiden 4 the same day.
Yeah. Oh my god.
We're coming out the same day. Because Xbox is going to make the same amount of money regardless from Xbox and Steam. Like PlayStation is just extra. So I'm going to drop the same day. See how y'all like it.
Yo, this is crazy.
And when
listen, who knows what was on the table, right? I do feel like they came back with a different energy. And again, these conversations we brought up how they were kind of keeping them in check from a distance. And it's like the media puts out there nonstop that we're going third party and that we're freaking putting all of our games on PlayStation. And, they want to make this huge wave about it. How about we just start bombarding them with games, and when they do drop something, instead of from a distance, let's just attack them in their own playground. Oh my gosh, this is like Ara History Untold or Age of Mythology, like just these games that you just go into their space and you just take over. This is amazing.
It's a beautiful thing, man.
That's wild. And these gallopers are celebrating the freaking shit that's taking place.
They don't even know.
Man, they don't know.
They don't even understand what's happening. We got our boy Raiden Blade in the building.
Raiden, let's go.
Super chat, man. Appreciate your fam. Says, so Phil took the bank, i.e. Call of Duty, and now he's going after their pocket money. Damn, Mad Booty. You really spent a lot of their money by spending it on Xbox Game Studios. Wow. Facts. Big facts. We always said it, man. We always said it, that they're going to be investing big in what they have going on. And this is just going to be amplified now. This is just going to be amplified because the bigger and better the games get, the more and more insignificant these other platforms become. And again, I'm looking at you, Nintendo. You've been living that high life with your first party, just getting these third party games coming over, nobody really caring too much. But I don't know. I think it might hit different when you have the name Xbox launching games on your console, not the old only games, but like a Doom or the next COD. When all those games are starting to come out, shit is gonna
hit different. It is. And just to think that Mad Booty said, I was just joking, you guys. That email, that was just something I felt then. And it's like
that was so old.
Oh, there's
old.
There's another email, being that we're talking about Nintendo, that Phil had, he was talking back and forth, and he said Nintendo doesn't realize they need us.
Oh, yes, that's right. Yes. So, he also said if they could just realize that they would do so much better without being attached to their hardware.
And now that there's so much more competitive hardware coming out and people are very creative about getting Nintendo games on other hardware, I do think the Switch 2 is going to not do as well as it did in the previous generation, just because there is going to be so much competition. And play like Nintendo makes the same games lately, and they're not really innovating a lot of those games. While they're great, that like that lack of innovation is starting to kind of hurt. Like I think of a franchise like Pokemon. Like Pokemon's starting to suffer from a lack of innovation, and that's why Palworld came out and had the success that it had, because it was kind of the same thing but a new spin on that type of pocket monster type game.
Yeah, agreed.
I agree. I think so. Essentially, what they're going to do is show them what it's like to have your games on another platform. And this is not going to be a Lego whole type of situation where it didn't even like made them freaking blink, right? This is going to be the same thing that they're doing to PlayStation. It's not going to be a soft entrance. This is going to be rough, and they're going to feel the presence. So I think that Nintendo, listen, if they want to follow up and say, okay, so this is what we can't do on other platforms, and they're kind of going to end up cornering Nintendo to put those, Mario games and Pokemon on Xbox, kind of like, look, we did it. You can do it too. I'll show you the way. Or listen, you just don't know how many people are going to be willing to give up buying one of your games to buy one from Xbox Studios.
That's the
once they're in
part.
there.
That's the dangerous part.
That's what's dangerous.
Yeah, that's literally the dangerous part. Because we already know, regardless, that the vast majority of people are not buying a PlayStation first party game. New, old, doesn't make a difference. They don't really buy them, right? So they're only buying new games, or not new games, but like they're only buying other games, or they're doing their free-to-play joints, right? So again, statistically, you're talking like 1.5 purchases. So what happens when the majority of the people on your platform choose an Xbox game as the only game they buy, or choose a couple of Xbox games as the only games they buy for that year?
That's where it gets tough, and then you sit there and you're like, okay, so what next? They're kind of like forcing the change, and and the Super Bowl's right around the corner. And the crazy thing that it was Xbox who went ahead and leaked everything, essentially, right? Even when they had the pictures from the next console, everything was just put out there. So their play was shown for everyone to see. And the fact that some may have slept on it and not taken it seriously, it's not on them. I mean, you got the best possible chance ever.
Facts. Agreed, 100%. Now, Rated Blade is back.
Rated Blade was good.
With another £5.
Thank you, love.
My dude. Thank you, brother, for being here. Appreciate you, man. Says, guess what? No regulator is going to do anything.
Nope.
Xbox is destroying all fears from likes of FTC and turning into a nightmare for SIE and the ponies. Bro,
agreed.
You're so right. Yo, the day that Xbox drops whoever they're buying next, which we know they are, if you think that putting games over there on these other places equals them saying, yeah, we have enough. No, fam.
There's no way. Nope.
No. It's gonna be great, yo. I cannot wait.
These
Whatever the announcement,
those exploring more ways of making money, right?
Facts.
To continue to indulge on what you want to do and what you want your platform to be, because that's truly what it is. They have these PlayStation 5s right now out there working for us. That's crazy.
Yeah.
You saw all these boxes, and now we are going to put them to work, and we're going to sprinkle you with some pocket change from it. Beautiful.
Yeah.
100%. Go ahead. Farrell.
Yeah, I was gonna say that like people don't, like, if you look at the 3 platform holders, like Nintendo is the one that's really most in danger of becoming a pure third-party publisher, because they don't release hardware that is very powerful. And the moment that people start abandoning that hardware, they're I mean, that to me, that's gonna happen eventually. That it's not gonna be the kids' console anymore. That's basically what it's become. Is mainly like a lot of young people purchase the console. Not saying older people don't play on Switch, but it's mainly a younger audience. That's not always going to be the case, and you're not always going to be able to sell underpowered hardware to gaming enthusiasts. That's just not going to be a thing, especially when there's comparable priced hardware that is a lot more powerful, that plays a lot more games, like the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck and the Switch OLED are about the same price. So they're in danger of being a third party. PlayStation is in danger of just being a storefront at this point because they can't make good games consistently. They don't have the output. Like Nintendo releases like close to like 15, 20 games a year. I mean, yeah, they're smaller, but they release about 20 games a year. Xbox is getting to the point where they're about to get to the point where they're releasing 20 games a year. So they don't have a problem with output. Nintendo and Xbox don't have a problem with that, but Microsoft has the money to keep funding Xbox and keep funding hardware and anything that they want to do in the gaming space. PlayStation doesn't. Sony doesn't have that type of money. They need a certain amount of success from their first party along with third party sales and all the other things. And Nintendo, if they keep doing this hardware thing where they really don't want to compete with Xbox and PlayStation and Steam, eventually they do get left behind. Like the underpowered hardware thing isn't going to last forever because it's too much competition.
Agreed. I think that was the problem with that 2-minute presentation they had going on. Mm-hmm. I feel like those of us that were expecting with them, kind of working with NVIDIA, we were expecting them to show up with power, right? Show up with the power. That's what we're waiting to see, especially when you're out there kind of bragging that, this is the most expensive Mario Kart you've ever worked on. And again, the glances that we got from the little clips, I mean, unless there's something else that we're going to go ahead and see, that Mario Kart did not look like they've spent a whole lot more. Maybe you spend a little more, but not a whole lot more. I was waiting for that grand feeling. And then also, this is kid friendly, right? Here's the Switch. Go ahead, play, hang out. But I feel like they also kind of made that a bit more difficult with the magnets. Easier. I feel like easier maybe to break. Even turn it into a mouse. I feel like that was like the grown-up touch that they gave it that I don't care about. And then it makes it just less kid-friendly, in my opinion. So I feel like the choices that they made weren't it. I was expecting something else. I don't see a reason based on what I saw to get rid of my OLED or to upgrade my OLED or get the new Switch. Unless you're coming out with an insane amount of games that, again, unlike that Mario Kart, look like something that no one can pass up. You're gonna have trouble getting those boxes out.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're just gearing. I think this is the thing, Doodle. I think Nintendo is showing you what a lot of people don't want to see. All right. And I'm just going to say it like this. There's a bunch of motherfuckers who told me that there's no world that we live in that Nintendo would ever name the next Switch Nintendo Switch 2 because they all thought they knew Nintendo.
Yeah.
Nintendo is not the same Nintendo. It's not. Okay. There's no chance for failure now. Everything else is happening at too much of a high level, right? There's no slippage happening, as far as like console is concerned, right? PlayStation, as much as they're not making games, clearly they don't plan to make many games. They sell enough of third-party games and microtransactions to keep them afloat, and people are buying the box, right? Xbox, they're elevating their games to new heights, the quality of the game and their personal business game, right? Like the actual business's mentality is rising, it's shifting, they're changing the landscape. They are the leaders in their own field here. No one else can do what they're doing, right? At least for now. We'll see what happens in the future.
And I love the way that Phil spoke about their next box. Let them decide. Let the box do the talking. Just with the same confidence as let the games do the talking. Let's put the games over there and let's see if these players really don't buy games. Or is it the lack of quality on the games that you're delivering that is the issue?
Facts. So Nintendo now is they have to look at the landscape of where they're currently launching into. Okay, it's not the same landscape as 2017 when they dropped the Switch. Also, the novelty of the Switch is gone, right?
Yeah.
The idea, oh my God, I could play a full game on my handheld is gone because the Switch is the shittiest way to play any game on a handheld in today's world, right? Yes. Obviously, first party is the only thing they have, but everywhere, even to be fair, you can emulate Switch games on these other handhelds, and your
cell phone is a better gaming device than a Switch at the moment.
Exactly. So even if they're not going to come with the big power that we thought, they might be doing, they still, like you said, Doodle, they have that mouse thing, right? They have the magnetic handles. Like they're trying to elevate the device itself from being a toy. It's going to be something that you're not going to want to just throw to your kid, right? It's definitely going to be something that looks like they're gearing towards the idea that their fan base is older now.
Yeah.
And new fans are way fewer. Okay, they
really are. We've talked about this before. They grow up playing now with tablets and phones and
PC.
Yes,
right? And they're going to be hardcore. It's PC.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? The casual kids are going to grow up on their phones and tablets. The hardcore kids are all growing up on PCs. Like this is just where it is. It's just people don't want to go do it. And the funny thing is, I say hardcore. I mean, they're playing Fortnite. They're playing Roblox. They're playing all those games, Minecraft. Right?
Listen,
but they're doing it.
Our 5-year-old, since she was 4, has been out there kicking ass on Fortnite, like insane. Yeah. So, man, it's no joke.
So it's just like they're not gonna. It's gonna be a different Nintendo, right? And plus, you already see what Xbox is doing. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Unless the Switch is so low powered, like beneath, like super low, like beneath the Series S. Like Phil said it right in an interview. So he was asked about dropping the Series S, right? Drop the Series S requirement. He said, "The fuck we are."
Mm-hmm.
He said, "You see all these fucking handhelds out here? What do you think the power target is? It's there. That's where the power target is. It's around there. So we are used to making these games. So we're going to succeed better on the handheld market, right? And developers are all gearing their shit towards these handhelds too. They want to make sure that shit runs on these handhelds. They don't want to get left out. So yeah, this is easy peasy. That's why we take 2 stories out of hundreds of thousands of games that are processed and they're being made in all shapes and sizes, and having just 2 developers come out here crying because they're not good enough to make that shit work. Mm-hmm. We all of a sudden want to deem this shit a problem. Oh, if a dev says, "Oh, it's harder because it's a lower powered box," and if
others can figure it out, that just means you're just not as good, right? So I'm just saying, it's not something that's unknown. You're not the first to come and crack the code, right? So I feel like that's a kind of like a self jab when you really think about it.
Yeah.
Like, how dare you come out here and say some nonsense like that? But plenty of other games have hit the S.
Facts.
I just can't imagine applying for a job and going to an interview and the guy pulls out an article that I have a quote in saying that I'm not good enough to develop for a certain piece of hardware that company develops for. Like that
it was an excuse. It was just a reason. And listen, when it comes to Nintendo coming out here and being the ones to pop off with the handheld, it would be really sad if they're the ones left behind, right? Think about it. It doesn't matter if you bring it to the table. Everybody got on it. And it's just, they're running with it. Keep up.
I will say that I fully expect the Switch to come out and be the weakest piece of hardware that's currently out on the market, outside of the Portal. Like that's kind of my expectation right now. I don't think it'll be as strong as a Steam Deck. I don't think it'll be as strong as the Lenovo's or the Asus ROGs or anything. I think it's going to be the lowest spec hardware on the market the day it releases.
Yeah, I mean, that would be very if DLSS doesn't prove to be on the box and doesn't prove to do what it does on PC, then that would be really disappointing, because it's like, come on, man, you're doing it again. Like, you're showing up all the way when like Xbox is about to drop a new console and you're gonna be even like lower than a Series S or a Steam Deck. Like, come on, man, that would be wild. But the point is, at the end of all of this, is that Microsoft is not only changing the landscape of what gaming is on PlayStation, they're gonna do it to Nintendo.
Of course.
Again, assuming that the power level is within the realm of what they are already doing with the Series S. Like, this is just what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
So they're also gonna train those players to start seeing that Xbox logo and realizing that they like Xboxes. And guess what? The ones that are still kids, right? When they have that Switch, right? In the next few years, that they see more and more Xbox games and they start saying, oh, I like that game from Xbox. I like that game from Xbox. Then before you know it, they get into a little bit more big boy pants and say, you know what? Maybe my next console is an Xbox. Or maybe I want to get a PC and make sure I have PC Game Pass.
Yeah. Eventually, the question that most people are going to have is going to be, why don't I have an Xbox? If you're gaming on Switch, if you're gaming on PlayStation, the question is eventually going to be, if you're buying all these games, is, hey, why don't I have an Xbox? Like this,
they're kind of disarmoring them, right? They're breaking through that shield. That's what I feel like they're going to be doing, and it's going to be cornering people into saying, why am I paying full price for these games? Look at how much I've spent this year on their Game Pass. Why am I on a different platform if I'm buying their games? There's just so much, right? Because you can't necessarily reach everyone. Some people are just so used to feeling like this is just my console, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like when you were talking before, CMoney, I feel like Phil is like, we're gonna get into Nintendo and we're gonna make them grow the fuck up.
Well,
you gotta stop playing these kitty ass games.
Another thing is crossplay, and you know, one of the things with crossplay that I'm more so thinking about younger generation, and even older generation a bit. If you're on PlayStation or you're on Switch and you're cross playing with an Xbox player, and they say, "Hey, hop on this game," and then they're like, well, I have to buy it. And then they're like, oh, you don't have Game Pass? You could just hop on over. Like, you don't have to buy it if you have your...
Exactly.
Yeah, that's that, you know, and that's going to be...
If you're playing with a small group and they're like, all right, we're going to go play this other game. You want to come play? And they're like, oh, I don't have Game Pass. It's like, oh,
they'll drop you real quick. And then you got to be running
be sitting there
to your parent and telling them, like,
crying.
Can I get Game Pass? I'm just saying.
And then when they realize that Game Pass isn't available on their current box, and it's going to present, you know, then the parents like, damn, I got to get an Xbox now. And then you're trading in it. You know, if you can't afford it, most people are just going to trade in the PlayStation for the other piece of hardware and get the Xbox. And the Series S is, you know, very affordable. So it's not like you could spend $200 on a Series S most weeks once payday hits. Might piss you off, but you know, you'll suck it up for your kid and do it, and probably, you know, talk shit to him the whole way home. Well, you better play this shit.
Why always trying to do what your friends are doing?
I know, right? That's what it is, though. It's a whole different world, man. It's a whole different world. It's
true.
Xbox is spreading. It's getting its tentacles in everything now. There's gonna be no escaping it. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no more. Like, understand something. Think of, I know I've had this conversation with people, but like, a lot of these countries and a lot of these other people, a lot of them don't even like know what Xbox is, who Xbox is, right? Like there are people who only have PlayStations who don't follow gaming, don't know shit about Xbox, don't know anything. What as they continue to see the name Xbox in all of their favorite games that they're going ahead and clicking and buying, right? Again, it's just spreading that awareness. It's building Xbox's brand in a way that the consoles could not do.
Yeah.
And this is just a reality, right? It's just a reality. There was a message that I saw that I wanted to get, and I don't know how far back it is now, but it was from I believe Iron Nation. And I wanted to not Iron Nation, Ice Cold. Here goes. I want to bring this up because I feel like this is worth
the discussion,
a quick discussion,
conversation.
Okay.
Sure.
Ice Cold, what's up, man? Thank you for being here. Says,
thank you for rocking out.
Xbox leadership has no balls. Let's keep it real. If all the Xbox games were exclusive, they would sell a lot more hardware. Games as a service, multi-plat is cool. They print money. Xbox better make a good console next. Okay, so Ice Cold, thank you for number one being here. Like I said, appreciate you, and thank you for writing the message here. I wanted to talk about this because I think there's some type of, I feel like people are rewriting the past and forgetting that literally up to last February, outside of the Minecraft scenario or things that they had that were already elsewhere, up until that point, so up until 2024, right, the entire business model has been exclusive games.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, that has been the model, right?
It has.
Like, yes. It has been the model, right? So we know for a fact that the idea that Xbox having the games that are exclusive does not necessarily equal a lot more hardware. Now, you may say, well, if they have a whole bunch of games that are coming out that are exclusive, and if they had Doom, if they had all these other games there, instead of making them, multi-plat, they kept them exclusive. Would they sell more consoles? I mean, I would have to imagine that, yes, for sure they would sell more. But would they sell millions more? Would they sell tens of millions more? I don't think that. I don't think that way, because I don't think, as much as you're seeing all of these games, not every game is for everybody, right? So, these games coming out, I don't think you would be in a position where you're going to go ahead and do this. Now, if you remember back in the Xbox One generation, they did have a shit ton of exclusive games, right? And they were great, but it didn't play out that way. Go ahead, Farrell. What are you thinking on that?
Would they sell more consoles? Yes, if everything was exclusive, but them selling more consoles is market based. There are so many markets that Xbox, for one reason or another, just does not have a presence in, to the fault of their own or to the success of PlayStation. They just don't have a presence in certain markets. Like, there's certain, you go to certain countries and people don't know what an Xbox is. Right. So, yes, they would sell more consoles, but they wouldn't have the penetration that they need to get, especially now that they own all these publishers. So I don't think it's a lack of balls. I mean, if you want to argue that, maybe some of these should be regionally exclusive because they are strong in certain regions versus other regions, like, for instance, for Sega, Phantasy Star is exclusive to Xbox in the US, but it's available multi-plat in Japan. So like, like if you're saying that they should do something like that, I mean, that's an argument you could make. But for somewhere like Panama or England, where like Xbox has like 14% of the gaming market share, or somewhere like France where they have like, maybe less than 15% of the market share, you're not gonna get to the point where you have 50% of the market share in France or England or some of these other markets that quick, just because you made a couple games exclusive. People will just be like, oh, it's not on PlayStation anymore, because they don't really know about Xbox. It's just not here anymore.
Not to mention the fact that they don't necessarily make that much on the actual console, right? So when it comes to clean money, right, selling those games, selling that software is what's really gonna bring in the cash for them. Yes, it is more difficult, especially like, let's say there's a player that has a PlayStation, and is Doom the only one that kind of tickles them, right? And instead of getting an entire freaking other console, what they're going to do is say, all right, I'm going to have to do without. But when the game is brought to them, that $70 will be spent. Easy access, right? So when we're talking about the amount of consoles that will be sold with people shifting over versus the amount of games that they're going to be able to sell when they're putting this many, and the lack of games that are taking place over at PlayStation. And so the competition is not there right now, right? And I'm not sure that it will ever get to a point where it would be a competition, considering all the hiccups and the walls that PlayStation continues to hit. I think putting those games and getting that clean money is essential. Why will you leave that money on the table?
Agreed.
I think it takes a lot also, by the way, I think it's and I can't stress enough, is such a position of power to say, I have enough to feed mine and all of yours as well. Not with just one game or one type of game, but a variety, right? So we're not talking about them hitting just the ones that play Call of Duty or Doom, right? They're reaching all of those players that from a long time ago, PlayStation has kind of been getting rid of. They've been closing small studios. They've been Ratchet and Clank. What did they do to that studio? There've been games that have been canceled that they felt that they wouldn't sell enough, like these, Spider-Mans and these triple freaking A games that they feel will bring in the money, even though when you see it, it's all upside down because they're spending supposedly so much money making these games. 100%. But it's just it makes sense.
Well, the other thing that we know for sure, because we've been seeing it right now in a crazy way, is that if the game's only coming to Xbox, the game is trash.
Absolutely.
The game is garbage. Nobody wants that game. Wow, look at that mid-ass game. This is what they do. This is the propaganda that they spread, right? And we talked about this on the last show, but and it's been some days, right? So let's re-ask the question. How many people have you seen on social media talking shit about any of these Xbox games that are coming over to PlayStation now? Anybody been seeing, wow, who wants that whack-ass Doom? Keep that shit off of here.
No, they want it. They're promoting it. They're showing receipts.
Who's talking shit about indie? Who's talking shit about those games that were in the fucking dev direct that they were, like you said, baby, showing those receipts that they're buying? Who? I don't see it. And I don't see it.
There are a lot.
I see them celebrating.
Yeah,
and they think
killing their own narrative.
Is an L for us. This is how delusional they are. Like they're sitting there waving around. Look at what I bought. Look at what I bought. I bought your games. It's an L for you.
But that's the point. For you to buy them.
And what people don't realize is what Microsoft is doing to PlayStation is they're making the cost to compete, they're raising it to the point where it's becoming unsustainable. That's why you have 10 canceled games, is because the cost to compete is getting so high that PlayStation is not able to produce at the moment. That's why they had to cancel those games, because it was things were getting too expensive and we can't afford to fail. So we'd rather cancel than fail because it's getting too expensive to compete with like that's what it's happening. Exactly. It's becoming too expensive to compete with Microsoft. And the same thing happened to Nintendo. And when it became too expensive to compete, they scaled back and they stopped making games that were on par with PlayStation and Xbox. And the same thing is now starting to happen to PlayStation, to where if you want to have this type of infrastructure, if you want to release this certain quality of game, if you want to have a live service game with this caliber of content and drops, every season, it's going to cost you this amount of money. And it's a game that PlayStation and really Sony can't afford to fund. And they're looking internally for new ways to be profitable at the moment. And I mean, they want to go back to their single player roots, but they already know that making 300 million single player games is not something that's sustainable. But if you don't make a $300 million single player game, the PlayStation community that was buying your game is going to think that it's trash. So they're really between a rock and a hard place with what Microsoft is doing to them, because they're making it very expensive to compete.
Facts. It is, and it's very expensive to compete. And the idea of trying to compete with a product that they know going in is only going to go so far, right? That is the scary part, because you could say what you want about Call of Duty, right? But when it drops, it instantly becomes the number one game of the year, right? Yep. So it means it sold more copies than every other game that's released, right? But in Call of Duty world, that's just the starting point, right? Because from there is microtransaction season, right? You want that new skin, you want that battle pass, you want to get that new gun, whatever you want, you got to pay more, right? That's just the starting line. So they got that massive group of people. And then obviously it's a smaller percentage, but still a smaller percentage of that massive group that's just buying, right? That's just buying. Every time they get their paycheck, they're coming to get something new for their game, right? This is a very different thing than if PlayStation says, I'm gonna drop $200 million on the next God of War, and it sells 10 million copies, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing left. There's no other place for them to get any money from.
In that initial hype, it's pretty much
that one moment.
That's just a moment in time. And, you're hoping that once it goes on sale, maybe a couple more people will show up. But just, it's just a lot more difficult. I want to go to this comment over here from Ice Cold just to kind of wrap this up. So he says, Sony is using the 30% from Xbox games to gatekeep games from Xbox, Phil Spencer's words.
It's Phil Spencer's old words.
Yes.
During the trial where he was trying to get ABK approved.
Not just that, but also, like, I think the situation that PlayStation is in right now, that 30% is just to recoup. They've lost so much money with Concord in the games previously. Shuhei, his recent words from January 15th were that you need to go ahead and buy those remasters, and they need to sell, because that's the only way that they can fund any new game. And so if they were in that situation, right, and this is, with the conversations, because, these remasters have been out for quite a bit, that they continue to go ahead and put them out. But if you've been in this situation and then you get slapped up with Concord, Lego Ho is on 2 platforms, Lego Horizons on 2 platforms, it hit the Switch as well. It didn't do what you were thinking. Astrobot didn't do what you were thinking. Even after it won Game of the Year, you would think it'll give it a boost, but that did not happen.
Yeah.
You're out here canceling games. You're in a rough situation. Again, you've already come to terms with the fact that you need to scale back when it comes to gaming. And Concord was supposed to be the saving grace, and it wasn't.
Yeah.
And so I think that 30% is going to patch up a lot of issues that they have, including the fact that they haven't fully paid for Bungie yet.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah. I know nobody wants to talk about it, like in the main media and things like that. But no company that has 4 CEOs in 18 months is doing well.
Absolutely.
No
company that has 4 CEOs in 18 months is doing well. You're talking about Jim Ryan, Hiroki, Herman Host was co-CEO, Nishino was the other co-CEO, and now he's going to be the full CEO come April. But four CEOs in 18 months is not a sign that a company is doing well.
No, that it's rough. It's rough. I mean, you keep switching it up, right? You're trying to figure out what is it that you need. And when the identity is essentially gone, what do you have left?
Yeah, because we don't know if this Nishino guy is gonna last a year.
Too.
We just because of everything that's going on, there's not any stability at PlayStation. They're big studios. The big leaders are leaving. Yoshida just left. There's a lot of turnover taking place at PlayStation right now. And I'm not like, this isn't an attack on ponies at the moment. Like, this is like really talking about the state of PlayStation. It's not a good place for them right now. They are really trying to right that ship. And as fans, we got to be real about that, and we gotta understand that PlayStation is in obviously they're in a place that they may not recover from. I know we like to think that because us gamers out here bought 60 million consoles that the state of PlayStation is good, but what's going on internally is showing you something totally different.
Seriously.
Absolutely.
Like, that's the craziest thing. But like, listen, I don't blame Ice Cold for writing what he wrote and saying those things, because I think that's a pony narrative, right? That's out there that you see constantly.
Nonstop.
Right?
They keep pushing it.
They keep going to 4 games. Oh, I think that's more than 4 games, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like
they don't stop.
They
can't enjoy the moment that they're having with these games, by the way.
Yeah, they keep trying to find the angle, right? Like, it's like there's no conversation to be had. There's only one version of this that is real. Xbox is part of a $3 trillion organization that is doing everything they can to flood the market with their product. I saw, oh man, where is he? God damn it. I was going to click it and then I didn't. Fucking A. It was Dem Guts.
Oh, I'll help you find it. Hold on.
Dem Guts. Right here. It says, CMoney. I hate to put it like this, but a dealer doesn't make money selling the pipe, which is the console.
Exactly.
He makes his money selling the rock.
Exactly. Yes. Dem Guts, let's go.
So this is factual. I'm not asking for opinions on this. You know what I'm saying? There's no discussion here. There's no discussion. $3 trillion company sees from above. See, PlayStation, all they can do is do this. They can only look up to Microsoft, right? That's why they follow them so much, right? Because that's all they can do is they can look up. They don't lead Microsoft. They don't do a goddamn thing, right? They lead these casuals who don't know shit about shit, and they're like, oh, PlayStation, that's how I play games. Okay, bye. All right, that's the only way. That's the only way they end up there. It's the name that was built over time. Kudos to them, right? Kudos to them. But like at the end of the day, they're not leading shit. These are pony narratives that they're trying to find an angle to make themselves feel better about what's happening, right? The fact of the matter is that as much as these same dudes out here saying that sounds like more games to me, ha ha ha, we're also screaming, thank you, Phil, Thank you, Phil. Look at my receipts. I done bought everything you put over here.
Yeah. I love how they're doing math though, but the 30% is better than the 70%.
I mean,
exactly.
It's 2025 and PlayStation still can't afford to have cloud saves as a staple of their platform.
Exactly.
Exactly. There's some issues going on there.
Make it make sense, bro. Make it make sense. This is a legit ridiculous scenario that they continuously try to like manipulate the people that watch them and the people that see them on Twitter and shit like that. They were trying to make it make sense for them. But there's only one outcome here when you look at what's happening. There is a entity that is invading your homeland. And everywhere you go, you used to have PlayStation game t-shirts being rocked, but you will soon see that those t-shirts become Doomslayer.
Yeah, I mean,
they become the Outer Worlds.
It's like, do you remember? And it's funny because this is what came to mind. It's just Angry Birds. When the if anybody's seen I don't know if it was like when the pigs come in and they start their partying, the birds are partying, but the pigs are just stealing all their eggs to bring it back and eat them. And these clowns are sitting around just celebrating that the pigs came to visit them. That's what I'm talking. That's what's taking place here. That's what's happening.
100%.
They're like, oh my gosh, we got new visitors come in. And they're just stealing all their shit from the back door. That's wild.
That shit is wild, but it's the fucking truth, dude. Yeah. That was perfect. That's perfect. That's literally what they're doing. They're celebrating it. Like, oh, look, Phil's here. And he brought all his games. Wow. And then slowly but surely, where
is your brand?
Does the PlayStation fit in? Where does PlayStation fit on its own platform?
This is the equivalent of the English and the Indians having Thanksgiving for the first time.
Yes. Oh my God.
It really is though. It's true.
Know, if you don't know your history, you can look it up. But that's the.
They're like, welcome, Xbox games. Come feast here.
That's what it's the equivalent of. Like, we're gonna have a Thanksgiving feast. Come on, eat as much as you want, and didn't quite turn out well. Just say that much.
It's true. It's true. Listen, before we get too far away, because I just noticed this, we got deep in, but we forgot to click over here. Our boy,
let's go,
Lad,
what's good, baby?
The building has officially become an On Point Squad member on YouTube. Thank you so much.
Let's go, baby.
Dude. Appreciate you, man. Y'all know what to do.
Tell them, baby.
Put the motherfucking welcome to the family emoji in the chat.
Yes.
Welcome our newest member, our boy Lad in the building. Thank you.
Welcome
so much,
and thank you so much.
Appreciate
love.
you, fan. Hope to see you at our members only. Shows,
yes.
Come through Saturday mornings and at night on Saturday. Double dose. You know what I'm saying?
Double banger.
We got the homie Raiden Blade in the
Let's go, baby. What's up?
Madu's back with another £5 super chat.
Yes.
Says Phil told SIE and Nintendo, you are not our competition. SIE didn't want to be friendly. Now face the music. Convert or die. Nintendo signed. We making money, baby. Facts. Big
Nintendo signed a deal before they ever even went to court. They said, we don't want no smoke here. We trust you.
We sign. Tell us where to sign.
They're like, we good, dog. Where? Whatever you want. Sure. Games? Okay. We'll fucking make it happen. No problemo.
We don't want no smoke.
We don't want no smoke. Just let it. We're good. We're good. Thank you so much, Phil.
Oh my gosh.
But it's the truth, man. Listen, he said it. This, I can tell you right now. Go back to that moment that he said that, and then fast forward to today, and you see exactly what he meant. We're not competing with them. We're using them. We're using them. They don't care. Please, they're saying right now, you might see these motherfuckers on Twitter. Please buy PlayStations. Please buy Nintendo Switch 2 and then buy our games. Yes, continue to do so. Continue, because we make that clean money. Maybe we don't have to make as many consoles anymore.
Right?
Now they could just be all more net. Right? Everybody who wants one will get one, but we don't have to have any sitting, unlike the PlayStation folk who have like so many out there that are just sitting.
I mean, we're looking at 2025, and based on the reception that we got from Ghost of Yote, the public reception, there's a very strong possibility that, you know, next year when Matt Piscatella releases the top 20 sold games on PlayStation, that a PlayStation game isn't on there. And that there are several Xbox games on there. Like Ninja Gaiden's definitely going to be on the top 20 sold games on PlayStation. Call of Duty's definitely going to be there. Minecraft's going to be there. And there might be an additional one or two. Like if, you know, Forza might be there for their top sold games of the year. Like they might have, you know, Doom. Like, yes, they might, like Xbox may have 6-7 games being the top sold game on PlayStation in 2025, and PlayStation might not have a single game that makes that list on their own platform. Like that is a realistic possibility that we're looking at right now, because the reception of Ghost of Yote is not extremely positive at the moment. As they reveal more details about the game, you know, maybe people might feel different, and the sales might be better than what we think at the moment. But as of right now, it doesn't look like there's a lot of groundswell for that game.
No, you don't hear about it anywhere.
Yeah.
No one ever is talking about Ghost of Yote. We talk about more Ghost of Yote here
than any galloper out there.
Than any of these gallopers.
This
just
is
bringing
crazy.
It up as an example.
They don't care. They don't want their own freaking games. It's funny because I remember when this whole thing when it started, and it was like, you know, these gallopers are over there like in the Titanic. It's all going down, and they're just like the musicians just playing the music, and they don't stop. And Phil was like, hey guys, sit down and play these games while it's still sinking, though. Do you understand? The same thing is still happening, the same outcome. If anything, this is just, you guys have been the source all along, right? Not showing up for the games that they were making, and now showing up for Xbox games on your platform. This is just going to make it that much faster. And irrelevant, the Xbox, the PlayStation first party deliveries, right? What do they have? What can they show up with? Baby steps, right? Ghost of Yote. What we've seen of Wolverine has been just shameful. So we'll see. It'll be hilarious if they show up with just a bunch of Xbox games. Like, hey guys, we now have a roadmap.
Yeah, I mean, if there's an Xbox game at the State of Play, we're gonna have a fucking problem. I'm gonna die laughing.
Oh, for sure.
I'm gonna die laughing if there's an Xbox game at this goddamn State of Play. If they're having one, that would be hilarious to me.
So,
all right,
let's see.
Were you gonna say something?
I'm trying to look right here. Oh, this is just for the week. I'm trying to look at the year sales for PlayStation. This last year, see if they had one.
Somebody, I don't know if I bookmarked it. Somebody posted it somewhere. Maybe I didn't. Or I think somebody mentioned it. Maybe somebody mentioned it.
I got it right. Oh, this is just for December. It's not for the year. They got the year for Nintendo, and he has the year for Nintendo and Xbox, but I don't see the year for PlayStation. I'm on his Blue Sky right now. So they may not have one for 2024.
Well, aren't the numbers like the 18th or some shit like that?
Oh no, I got the whole list. So they had one.
Is it on Twitter?
They had 2 games last year. They had God of War Ragnarok at 18.
At number 18?
Yeah, number 18. They had Helldivers at 15.
Helldivers was number 15.
No, this is all platforms. I'm sorry, it's not PlayStation only. He doesn't have one for PlayStation only.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Well,
so they probably didn't have one for 2024 either. Top selling game.
Yeah, I feel like PlayStation doesn't even want that to be out there because the only game that did well was Helldivers, and they didn't do well on PlayStation.
Yeah, it didn't do well on
I don't
PlayStation.
think they want that. But we have our homie Dragon Warrior in the building.
Dragon, what's good, love?
For 1 month. Thank you, my brother. Welcome.
Thank you.
We hope to see
Happy
you
Tuesday.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yes.
See if we can get that badge number going up. You know what I'm saying? Got some dope badges as you stick around. Says, yo, fam. And he's also very active in our members only.
Yes.
Every Saturday, our boys there. So
thank you.
Good to see you there, man. Says, yo, fam. What's up, think love? The next box will be slim? Would you prefer a thin Xbox? Also, why don't we have a 3 to 5 terabyte external storage car piece? Okay, so next box, will it be slim? No, I don't think so. I think you're not gonna go bigger. I think the Series X box is probably around the biggest it'll be.
Yeah, it's a good size.
I feel like that. Maybe like mass wise, it might change. Like maybe not as tall, a little more wide. You know what I'm saying?
The dimensions.
Yeah, like it might switch to more of a horizontal versus a vertical design. But I love listen, the next Xbox is supposed to be more like a PC. So, maybe it gets bigger. Maybe it's the size of a Series X, but like with a bump in the back. You know what I'm saying? Just to imitate the idea of a PC. Who knows what they want to do. I personally don't think it's going to be slim though, like quote unquote slim. I don't know.
Yeah, no. I don't
think it'll be small.
It'll be nice and heavy duty. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'll be like a small PC.
Yeah, like it's not going to be Series S size, right? So I think Series X is right around. Series X is probably the smallest it would be, actually, now that I'm thinking about it.
I think it's going to be a little bit bigger than the Series X because I think it's going to have more customization options.
That's the thing that I want to know.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you saw, but like CES, like, I don't know, maybe like 5-6 years ago. I don't even know. But maybe it's not even that far ago. But Razer had showed a PC that had swappable parts.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean like a regular PC does, like literally like pull out, put in.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like the graphics card, they made their own version of the card that was just, you just buy it, slot out the old one, slot in the new one, right? Memory, same shit. Instead of having to get in there and get technical, it was literally just a bunch of fucking compartments that you just pull out and put in, pull out, pull in. So that's like the ultimate, right? That's like every piece can be customized. But what if, we finally do get to a point where, to upgrade your new Xbox with a new graphics card, it's not, I got to go buy a new box. It's, hey, you can buy the new box, or you can buy this piece that goes in, and then boom. It's like, I don't know. I don't know how they would do that, but I feel like that would be
I would like them to do the 2 SKU thing again, but I would like an APU based console like we always have had. But then I would also like a CPU based console where you can like kind of swap out the GPU and kind of upgrade your power over time if you would like. I think that would be cool. And just kind of make it maybe a little bit like you said, like with the Razer thing, where they have their own, customizable GPUs that's, very for dummies, swap in and out type thing. I think that'd be pretty cool if they did that.
Absolutely.
I think so. I think that's where they're heading to. Phil had mentioned that's what they're looking to do, right? They want to go ahead and be more like a PC. And so I'm hoping with the confidence that they have when they speak on this hardware and their next console. I'm hoping that, they've cracked the code and that they're feeling themselves right now with what they've been able to accomplish. Shout out to Hargeet in the building.
Hargeet.
What's up, fam? How you doing?
What is up?
Thank you for being here. Also, a lot of your descriptions over here about the box.
Well, pull in, put out. You know how I do, bro. You know what I'm saying? You know how I do. 6 kids, fam. Let's get it. Let's not get it twisted. All right. All right. He does have he has this follow-up question. Would you prefer a thin Xbox? I do not. I remember the PlayStation 2 over the course of its lifetime had got like thinner and thinner and thinner until it became like this little fucking thin fucking box. But it's just like, all right, like, no, I like substance. I like to see what I purchased and
have it stand out.
Have it stand out.
Yeah.
Or like the exact opposite. Like it would have to be tiny and mighty. You know what I'm saying? Like they would have to have some miracle of an engineer that it's like this little tiny cube, but it's like the most powerful thing ever created.
Yeah.
It's not possible, right? So I feel like if I see something too small, I'm going to inherently feel like
prejudge.
I'm going to prejudge it.
Yes.
And not think that there's enough power.
I mean, you don't want like a little GameCube type thing?
No.
That you can carry around with the little handle on the back.
No, if you could
lunchbox size
put space of a handle inside of your console, that's a problem. No, I think the Series X is perfect. Like the Series S is perfect for its size, because when I see that, I say, okay, there's a weaker box.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the size at this point does matter.
I do
want to see. I do want to see the
for me as well.
Box.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I don't like fragile looking things. I like strong, big, with substance. So I like to see something that looks heavy duty.
Facts.
In all ways. I'm like drawn to that. I don't know. So
yeah.
I don't like anything that looks too wimpy.
Agreed.
Like, the 100%. Thing that has wings on it with the E logo.
Yeah. When you take off its wings, all of a sudden
it just
like, what the fuck is this? You're just putting this shit on top of yourself to cover you, to make you look bigger. Get out of here. Fuck out of here. And then his last part of the question says, also,
how about you, Pharaoh? Did you mention? Did he say?
Oh, I thought he did.
I think the console will be. I think the console will be bigger. Yeah, I think it'll be bigger. But I would like them to do 2 SKUs so that you can kind of like one that you can kind of customize and one that's kind of like APU based.
Yeah.
Facts. And then his last question is also, why don't we have a 3 to 5 terabyte external storage card piece? Probably cost. Didn't they make a 4 terabyte, or am I cracked out?
No, the Seagate, I think it only goes up to 2 terabytes. So it's like 4 terabytes total. Like you got 2 inside the console too. But then they also just released the update where you can hook up a 32 terabyte external to it.
Drive.
Yeah,
the external. Yeah, so that you could play all your non-series games.
So you can kind of move them around.
Yeah, having to delete stuff like that. I don't know. It's not that fast to move between the two.
I've never tried it, but I mean,
yeah, I tried it. I have a big I think I have like a 14 terabyte one, and I put things over there, and I was like, bro, I'm never like, if I want to play it, for me, like, I don't know when I want to play that shit. For then me to say, okay, let me move it over, and then I go move it over, it's like taking fucking forever. I'm like, nah, I'm good, fam.
Yeah, but some people don't have good internet, so it's like, to delete and download games is,
or they have like caps and shit, which makes sense. Yeah, no, I get that. But yeah, I think it's just cost. I think 35 terabytes, most people don't need that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously, if you have Game Pass, you can use it for sure.
It'll be great if they make it optional.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right? Like the phones.
Yeah, I think they just look at it and like,
not worth it.
How many people are going to buy that?
Yeah.
How many people download that mini game? I mean, they probably have the numbers, right? That's
that
the real
too.
answer.
That's probably what
they
comes
probably
into
know
effect.
exactly how many, how much storage the average person uses, and then makes that the default.
Yeah, to go all in on something like that and then have
outliers.
to up the prices, it wouldn't make much sense.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. And then especially now with cloud, like being able to just be like, oh, you know what? Let me try this game, hop on the cloud and play it. And then if you love it, download it after. Come on, man.
Yeah.
It's easy peasy. But thank you for that, man. Appreciate you, homie. So the homie Game Shark's here.
Game Shark was good.
$2 super chat. My dude, thank you, brother, for being
love.
here. Appreciate you, fam. Says, so they use 30% to gatekeep and make 30% again? Facts. That's some pretty dumb shit, actually. As you pointed out that way. That's kind of stupid for them. I guess that's why Microsoft refuses to do it, right? Like, it's kind of a dumb idea. You spend that 30% that you had that was going to be profit to gatekeep, and then just recoup that cost, which means you never, in fact, make profit.
More people are not going. If the game was going to your platform anyways, more people are not going to buy your game just because you went and spend more money. Or you spend money on it to not have it on other platforms.
Facts.
It just simply means that you spend unnecessary money that you could have spent on your own games. I just think, I don't know if you guys have kind of realized the fact that it just doesn't matter anymore. It happened with BG3 and it was like, oh, we know what kind of shady crap you guys are doing. And then with Black Myth Wukong, it was kind of like, wait, hold up. Weren't you guys coming to Xbox? I feel like this was a known thing, right? And then you went ahead and did this. It doesn't have the effect that maybe it would have had back in the day. And I think because PlayStation was just out there kind of dominating and doing their own thing, and everybody had to kind of follow suit with what they envision as what should be done or what works for them. I think the moment that Xbox stopped playing in their playground and started to make their own rules and kind of grab the wheel and do their own thing, was the moment that PlayStation lost all of its power with their ways of doing business.
On top of that, I mean, it's 100% right. Like when you think about what you just said and what the realities actually are for the idea of money having these games, we've already seen it, right? Like, this is not new news, right? We've already seen the mass exodus, right?
Yes.
People, all these big companies are like, nah, we're good. Right? Street Fighter said, fuck you, we're going everywhere, right? So Capcom already put up the deuces sign. Square Enix famously made multiple statements like, we're fucking out. Sega, they were like, nah, we're good. We have a great relationship with Microsoft. Like, there's so many people who have left, and then look at the option of what you get now. Like, understand, there's a big difference between the two bags that you would get. See, before, Microsoft had to be like, yo, if you come and do a deal with us, you're going to be limited to hours, but you get PC, right? But in their mind, like, yeah, but we still want PlayStation players, right? And then PlayStation would be like, oh, you get our big group, come buy from us, right? And they would just do those deals. But now Xbox is like, well, you can go ahead, take the Game Pass deal, right? And you're going to go ahead, release day one in Game Pass. You release day one on Xbox. You release day one on PC. You release day one on the Switch 2. You release day one on the fucking PlayStation.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Who's gonna pass up the deal?
But
exactly.
That's also another bargaining chip that Xbox has used, where they have used the narrative that is against them to their advantage for Game Pass. So these third-party developers, they're on Twitter. They see the conversations that we have. Oh, Xbox players don't buy games. Oh, so since they don't buy games, I might as well just take this Game Pass bag, and then since they don't buy the games, I'll take the Game Pass money, and then I'll make all the PlayStation and Steam players buy my game. So that's another instance of them using like your Twitter narratives to their advantage. Like they're literally using everything that you're saying bad about them and using it to make money.
True.
Facts. That's the truth. It's
Yeah.
a beautiful thing. We love it. We got the homie.
Make it simple.
My dude.
What's up, love?
He
Happy
was out
Tuesday.
rocking out with us on Saturday night's
Yes.
member only community
Let's go.
game night stream. Shit was fire.
CMoney told me about what happened with the hearing. It was just you two talking to each
we
other.
were just talking to each other.
Yes.
He was listening to everybody though. So he was talking to everybody. I was just talking to him. I could hear nobody else. That shit was wild. That shit was wild. We fixed it.
That's
But it was dope.
awesome.
So shout out to homie. for being in there.
Yo,
Appreciate
make it
you, man.
simple.
Says
Thank you,
with
love.
that $5 super chat, bro. Appreciate you. Says Concord, 9+ canceled games. Bungie, 6 billion purchase. He fucking upped it. He said, fuck it. Right. 4 billion plus damages.
Yes.
All right. I feel that. PSVR, overspending on third party, 300+ million per game, failure on top of failure. PlayStation is hurting.
Bad.
So bad. So you know what's funny? This is the thing that's crazy. You say PlayStation's hurting, right? Instead of them coming out and proving you wrong and saying, what do you mean PlayStation is hurting? Look at all of these first-party games that PlayStation is developing. Clearly, they're not hurting because look at all these games they've announced for this year alone. No. What do they tell us? How is PlayStation hurting? Look, more consoles were sold. What did PlayStation do to get those more consoles sold? Not a goddamn thing. Nothing. Boxes already built. Okay. They're just making more of them, selling them. That's it. They didn't put out some dope ass game that made everybody say, yo, let me go get a PlayStation. That's to show you that it's all just the idea of PlayStation and not the execution of PlayStation that draws these people in. They don't know shit about games. If they knew about games, they wouldn't be buying a goddamn PlayStation because they know fucking PlayStation games that are coming.
I think the only thing they could talk about is Stellar Blade, but
that's not a PlayStation.
Yeah, I mean they money had it and published it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But even that game didn't sell extremely well. I know the developer was happy with its sales, but you got to factor in that's their first AAA game. So I mean, if you sell 2 million with your first AAA game, yes, you're going to be excited about that. But
have they sold 2 million?
I think that's what they reported, that they were around like 2 million with Stellar Blade. But even so, even if it is 2 million, I think a game like Expedition 33 is gonna kill that. I think Expedition 33 might hit close to 10 with the amount of hype that game has. Like that game looks amazing. And that's gonna be a debut IP. That's gonna be their first game. So you know, it kind of is like what side would you rather be with? I think Stellar Blade would have been much better off taking a Game Pass bag and being everywhere than taking a PlayStation bag and being limited just to the PlayStation.
I think they're learning too, like, because we've asked ourselves, like, how are they in these, developers kind of like, how are they tricked into doing this? Like, what conversations are being had? And I think the idea of, again, the boxes, but then after you see so many not get the goods from the boxes, I think that's irrelevant. And again, by the way, this is what I was going to say before. Phil has kind of shown us from Xbox that their way of doing things was never to try to keep things exclusive, just with the deals that they go ahead and make. Yes, you can take the bag, put your game in Game Pass, and you can still have it on other platforms and you can still sell it on our platform, right? So I feel like it just shows who they are and the way that they are open with business, not just for them to go ahead and maximize their capital, right? But also for the developers and the people that work so hard on these games. I think that, essentially every time that PlayStation gets a deal like this, it's like, okay, well, you got to trim down your studio because you signed a deal with us, or you have to shut down your studio, or your next game is in danger. That's not on us. That's not our problem. Bye-bye. Right.
Facts.
And we've seen so many just run in the other direction, like Sega and Square. At this point, we know exactly how things are playing out in there. And I think people are catching on to the mess.
Yeah, it's
100%. True.
And, I have to say, with the help that, PlayStation provided for Black Myth Wukong, with all the troubles that they have with that game, I mean, I guess the help, I can't even imagine in what conditions the game was under, right? And I guess the help didn't necessarily elevate it to a point where they're talking about it as if the game is just,
the game is so unoptimized that even when the 5090 drops, it's still gonna have issues. Like that's how, like it's not a very well optimized game.
I know he tried.
Said don't bring up that goddamn 5090.
Oh, you couldn't get it.
That bitch didn't even come out.
It's like it was like non-existent. It like the website like crashed in like before, like when you can click into it, it will just crash. Yeah. You had to like reset, go back out complete. It was messy.
All those crypto miners,
fuckers,
crazy.
God damn it. Let me get the homie Brett Bingham in the building, man. Thank
Brett,
you.
What's good?
Thank you for that $5 super chat.
Thank you, love.
Appreciate you, fam. Says Hiroki Totoki was originally CFO for all of Sony Group and is now CEO of all of Sony Group. The money man in charge tells you how dire the situation is. Facts, big facts. And let's not forget what he was talking about. He said everything everywhere. They don't know how to make money. We need to start making money. This is what he said. This is what he wants. This is the mandate from above. Make us money, bitch. Make us money. Not make the ponies happy.
No.
Make us money, bitch.
Yeah, because if you don't make money, then he's gonna have to make tough choices.
Facts.
And that tough choice might include you, unfortunately.
Listen, Nishino just got there. It would be a pity if you went out faster than Herman did. You know
but it's possible.
If he don't just fucking right the ship, it'll be night for Nishino too. You know what I'm saying? This is just the way it is. Ain't nobody giving gifts over here. They're already this is the goddamn merry-go-round over there. They putting people on and getting people off.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if they want to go ahead and pop your cherry and get you the fuck out, that might just be the way.
I mean, the more they do this, at some point, it's gonna get to a certain point where you're gonna be like, it's not worth saving. Like, obviously, if people keep coming in to try to figure this out and they can't figure it out, then what's there? I mean, not to mention what's left of their studios is crazy.
Agreed. We got our boy Will, the insider.
Will, what's good?
Lewis mocking me with that fucking picture. God damn it, broke boy. With that $2 super chat, appreciate you, man. Thank you for being here. Says they're going to make an Expedition 33 movie. Yeah, I did see that people were already. I mean, the game, the premise of that game is
perfect.
The story sounds amazing.
For a movie, right?
Actually,
that's awesome. Their first game already being turned into a movie. That's insane. That's the dream right there. What happens
when you get in bed with Xbox? You know what I'm saying? I feel like what's the name of it? Twister, the rapper Twister.
Yeah.
That song "Make You a Celebrity Overnight."
Yeah,
it was one of his Kamikaze album.
Yeah,
that was fire.
Yeah,
I'll make you a celebrity overnight, bro. That's it. That's what you do. You get in bed with Microsoft. That's it. Look at big famous now.
Xbox. If you look at this generation specifically, Xbox has saved a couple games that were going to be flops. The one that comes to mind immediately is Outriders. Outriders was a DOA game until it dropped in Game Pass.
Facts.
You make you an overnight celebrity. MLB The Show doubled its sales once it hit Game Pass. So I mean, and it's like, can we talk about how much of it's a shame that it's not in Game Pass anymore? Like they have like literally nerfed like so much of the attach rate of that game because it was in Game Pass, it was also available to play on cloud. So you could play it on cloud and you could play it on console. Now you're probably not going to be able to play it on cloud either. Like, and that's such a shame. Not saying it should have stayed Game Pass forever, but
I think that people think that they're not allowing Phil to put it on Game Pass. I think Phil said, we are putting our plan in motion. The fuck we're giving you a bag for MLB The Show. Go fucking let that game sell. See what it does out in this world. All right. We're not giving you a bag for that. You guys are paying us, fam. We're not going to go ahead and pay you. All right. We're taking all your dollars. All your players will be buying our games. I don't need to pimp your game out here. Well, it's coming out, but we don't need to pimp it out. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think the last it's been in Game Pass for 3 years now.
Since the deal was there.
Yeah, so I think it's been like 3 years.
They're saying it was a 3-year deal.
Yeah. And I think what's gonna happen is I think this year is gonna be a gap year, and I think the game is not gonna do as well as it did in previous years. And I think MLB is gonna come back to the table and say, you know, because I mean MLB is running the show when it comes to that. Even the game's called so, but MLB is running the show as far as that game being in Game Pass.
That's what I'm saying. So there would be no reason for them to be like, "Hey Phil, I don't want you to pay to put MLB The Show on Game Pass." You know what I'm saying? Like there's no reason.
They're gonna be like, "Homie, daddy."
Yeah, I think MLB will renegotiate after they see what the sales look like without it being in Game Pass,
or want to at least.
Yeah, I think they'll want to. Yeah,
facts. Yeah, I agree 100%. Okay, what do you think we start the show? Yeah.
I mean, enough with the hellos.
We start. I'm just saying. All right, let me go ahead and let me take the chapter. First of all, let me grab the let me grab it real quick. Here it is. There we go. Okay. So let me do this. Share. Hola. Share. Hola. Okay. Dark Angela says, wait.
I know. I just saw it.
I see Spartan 661. What's up, man? Thank you for being here. Space Shot. What's good, man? Be nice. What's up, man? Pragmatic. What's going on, player?
Thank you guys for rocking out.
Oh, Spartan 661. This is fam. Check it. Spartan 661 says there are too many games coming out this year for Xbox to pay for it to be in Game Pass.
Oh, for sure.
Why? We already feeding our people too much. Like so much. They don't need your fucking game. It was a win when it was a win. Now the excitement wore off, right? Think about it. Like every year, it's not like the first year was like, oh shit. And then the second year was like, oh shit, back to back. And then the third year was like, oh, okay, so they're keeping this going, right? So they got to take it away. They got to take it away.
Well, listen, for what? For this year, also with Grand Theft Auto coming out, I mean, you have all these games that you're putting in Game Pass, and you know that everything that releases that's not on your camp, right? It's also going to have to compete with a game like Grand Theft Auto out there, right? I think people are really looking forward to that.
Yeah. I think at this stage, if you're not on an Xbox stage, you're not in Game Pass most likely.
Facts. Agreed. All right. So, but great point, Spartan. Great point. Makes a lot of sense. 504 Trey also says MLB The Show 25 is supposed to be the first this gen only on MLB The Show. So maybe they're trying to test the waters with pure sales. And if it flops, they'll back it in Game Pass.
Organic sales.
Yeah, I think that's exactly. I agree. I think they're testing to see what it does without Game Pass.
Well, don't take them back, Phil. Test all you want.
Facts. All right. I do have it here. So let me get the oh,
I'm gonna click
Jake's
on
my dude, Jakester, thank you for being
Yo!
here. He says it's almost 3:30 a.m. here, and CMoney says, let's start the show. Listen, bro. Look, this is the
Get ready,
exclusive-
baby.
This is the exclusive for being here early. Okay, you get all this stuff. See, the timestamps are after this. You know what I'm saying?
Hey.
So nobody like this is all this exclusive shit that you guys get for being here early. You know,
Jakester, I'm in the same time zone as them, and when I watch their show, when I'm not on here, I say the same thing, and I'm in the exact same time zone.
Oh my god!
But damn, 3:30 a.m. Thank you for rocking out with us.
Rocking out, homie.
Thank you.
Thank you for rocking out.
That's dope.
All right. Let me get my chapter. Bam. Okay. So obviously, excuse me. So you see the title of the show. It says Xbox has more first-party games releasing on PlayStation in 2025 than PlayStation. We know this already, but there's a bit of news that happened that sparked this because then somebody else went ahead and posted a list of all the of games that are coming out this year on PlayStation. And it's pretty wild, this list. So first thing, right? I don't know if you know or if you have any idea, but Age of Mythology and Age of Empires 2 are both going to be coming to PlayStation 5. So that has been announced. The floodgates are opened. They're saying, you get in there. You know what I'm saying? Get in there.
Let's finish this fight.
Let's finish this fight.
Let's go.
So we already have the Ninja Gaiden game. I know it's not published by them, but we got it first, into Game Pass. And because we're getting Ninja Gaiden 4, it feels like Ninja Gaiden Black is part of our deal. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just what it feels like. So we put that one over there. And then now we have Age of Empire and Age of Mythology going. And Age of Mythology Retold is going to have a big expansion that's dropping on March 4th. And on that same day, it's going to be dropping on PlayStation as well. And I'm assuming whenever the Switch drops, it'll be going there. And then Age of Empires 2 is spring 2025. Okay. So check out this list here. All right. Because this is what the ponies need to fear. Okay. This is it's when I say that, I don't mean as far as like gaming, right? Gaming, this is like the greatest thing ever to them. But like for like the poniness of them, right? The list of games makes them bring out the gamer in them, right? Like it's like, oh my god, there's games here, right? Like they're finally allowed out to play.
Yes.
So they're very excited for this. But the poniness, the part where they're trying to act like they're winning and excuse me, that somehow this is an L for Xbox and for Xbox fans and all this other shit. Look at this fucking list. All right. So this dude, Hunter, post the news, right? So he has confirmed list of Xbox games coming soon to PlayStation 5. So March 4th, a month, less than a month. What's today? The 4th? No.
Today is the 4th, a month from today.
It is, right?
Today's the 4th. Okay, so a month from today, Age of Mythology Retold, which is a fucking phenomenal game.
It is.
And
so good.
I hope a lot of people buy this shit over there because that's a great fucking game. That's March 4th. Age of Empires 2, spring 2025. Forza Horizon 5, spring 2025. Indiana Jones, spring 2025.
That's wild.
Doom, The Dark Ages, May 15th. Ninja Gaiden 4, fall 2025. The Outer Worlds 2, 2025. And of course, he left it on this list because they don't want to accept it in their hearts, and it hurts them every time they buy this game and buy the microtransactions and the season for it. The motherfucking next Call of Duty will be also dropping. Okay. Will be also dropping. So look at this fucking list of games.
That's a hefty list.
Let me ask you a question. Outside of the first two, right? The age games, obviously that's a niche, right? That's a niche. But
Yes.
it is a niche that exists, right? There are people who own a PlayStation who would love to play a game like this and they weren't able to. But at the end of the day, everything else on that list is not niche, right? Everything else on that list, you got driving games, shooting games, adventure games, right? Action games. These are all much bigger, entities, right? But again, you just look, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 first party games that Xbox is releasing on a PlayStation platform. PlayStation ponies they don't even know what first party means anymore. They don't know. That's why they put these lists together of all these third-party games that came to their boxes, because they don't know what it means. They don't see first-party games anymore. They don't know what it means. Go ahead, Farrell.
Has PlayStation never released 7 first-party games in one calendar year on their own box?
No. This is what I'm telling you, fam. This is the crazy shit that's happening. They're going to be flooded, fam. But Pragmatic, you have a great point. You have a very very great point. Okay, so if we're gonna look at it from the upper bounds of how many people play a game versus these other games, he makes a great point. Says, to be fair, 99% of all games are niche these days. Facts. Because if it's not Fortnite, Call of Duty, Roblox, Minecraft, or Madden, NBA, right? All these games are like not niche, right? Everything else is niche compared to that.
In comparison, yeah.
Pragmatic, you're correct. Let's assume we're talking about more of the core market, not the ones who only play,
the top 20
Fortnite and Call of Duty. Yeah, not those. So just for our conversation here, you are reaching out to people. I mean, listen, no matter how you cut it, Forza Horizon 5 has over 40 million players, right? That's going to be huge, right? That's a huge game to finally go over there. Indiana Jones is a game that's going to do pretty well. Again, we're not talking about 50 million copies sold, but these are all games at the core. The people who we're talking about on Twitter and who follow this stuff, these are games that they are going to be, excited to receive, right? Now,
even though that we're talking hella crap about Indiana Jones,
they will absolutely sign up.
Now they're signing up for it sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So this list of games here, right, all going to PlayStation, being Xbox games, supporting PlayStation ponies' habits, right? Again, you see this lineup spread out the entire year. What is PlayStation to do? How can they look at this and how can they release a game in this hostile ass environment? Because that's what this is. It's a hostile environment. These might as well all be GTA to Ghost of Yotei. As far as excitement of what these people are talking about on these streets, right? When you watch Twitter, you watch social media, what they're saying about these games, they're excited as fuck. All of a sudden, these ponies like strategy games. You know what I'm saying? they're like, oh shit, into mythology.
Yeah.
Woo!
So
they're more excited than the Xbox people were when Age of Mythology dropped.
I know, because listen, they were these developers were just talking crap for the sake of talking crap. They were just hoping that they would get these type of games, the amount of games that we're getting. Man, this is crazy, because if it was the other way around, right? If PlayStation were to be releasing all these games this year on their platform, and here comes Xbox with Ghost of Yotei to put on their platform, that's a different situation. With the tables turned, it's like a nightmare for PlayStation. How do you? And listen, I'm not even sure. I was right away when I saw.
Party, you know what I'm saying?
Yes. right away when I saw Ghost of Yotei, I was like, suspect. I feel like they just put this together because they didn't announce any games with it. I feel like the response from the pre-orders and everything else, they needed to hype up the crowd with games, is what I was saying prior to them going ahead and releasing that trailer that they put together for Ghost of Yotei. I feel like they had other opportunities to go ahead and bring that to the table. And again, the timing was just questionable. I'm not even sure, because I said that's probably going to be delayed. I'm not even sure that that's going to release this year. If that doesn't happen, when it comes to first parties, this is like a clean slate for freaking Xbox to come in and just grab every freaking bag. But even with Ghost of Yotei out here, I don't know that the game will go ahead and have much room to shine with a list like this. And again, Call of Duty is not even there. Or am I not seeing it?
No,
it's not even in there. So it's just, this is going to be insane.
And I just did it based on my area with my sales tax, but all 7 of those games would come to about $519, which is basically a Series X. So
that's wild.
Yeah.
See, that's the first thing that came to my mind. I saw all the games and I'm like, these games are in Game Pass or going to Game Pass, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, we're just getting these games as part of our subscription.
Yeah.
These games, as much as it's like, oh, shoot, look at that lineup. When you break it down, it's a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
And when you know that the other side, it's in Game Pass, it's like, man, I'm a fool. I'm the clown that's out here paying for these games when there's access to them. And you don't even have to buy an Xbox to go ahead and have access. And you just got to sign up to Game Pass.
Yeah.
Facts.
Like a Fire Stick alone will go ahead and save you a ridiculous amount of money when it comes to this lineup.
And a lot of these, a lot of these games like Indiana Jones, Outer Worlds 2, Ninja Gaiden 4, I don't see any reason they would have like an extreme issue playing on the crowd. You don't really need a latency for those type of games. And both of the age games, you could play those over cloud with
even Doom. If you're playing on the cloud, if you want to, you could slow it down.
Yeah.
The new Doom, you could slow it down a bit to make it more functional in the cloud. But look, I mean, when you do the math, it's scary.
It is.
You heard how much that was. You could either go ahead and just say, fuck this, I'm gonna get Game Pass and play regular price and spend more than half you will save by just getting Game Pass and playing it on your PC, streaming it on your phone, streaming it on your PC, streaming it on your TV. More than half the money, and you get them all, right? But then if you say, nah, I'm not a streamer, no problem. You buy a Series S and a year of Game Pass, and you're still saving money than just buying these 7 games. But this is the thing. That's just a one-time investment. Then after that, it's only the $240 a year for Game Pass, and you'll get next year's 7 to 10 games. Because honestly, I gotta tell you, there's probably going to be more games announced,
of course,
this year going to PlayStation for this year.
Mm-hmm.
There's a big ass back catalog of games that are still capable of coming over, right? So,
absolutely.
So obviously, even if they just stop with this, that's still 7 games, more games that play first party and 7 games. PlayStation ponies have no idea what that means. There's no compute there. They malfunction. You know what I'm saying? It says error when you look into their eyes. You know what I'm saying? They can't. They don't function straight no more. But if they add more to this list, it just takes that value proposition and blows it up, right? Just makes it that much more crazy. Now, that's them if they pay retail for Game Pass. But if they go and buy through CD keys and shit like that, bro, they save so much more. If you buy through CD keys, you can go ahead and buy the discless Series X and a year of Game Pass through CD keys and pay roughly the same amount of money.
Honestly, my initial reaction, though, just getting the X with the disc drive, I can justify that if I'm looking at this list and I'm interested, right? putting myself on an outside perspective when I'm thinking value and money.
Yeah.
It just makes sense to me. It doesn't need to make sense to everyone. I get that. But that's why there are other options. And one of those options is going ahead and paying full price for these games. Actually, that's the option that benefits us the most, I would say, if they go buy a couple of these games.
Yeah, but the problem that PlayStation's going to have is that you buying, let's say, there's a good amount of people that'll buy at least 3 of these games. At least 3. I'd say Ninja Gaiden, Forza Horizon, and Doom. Yeah, I could see a lot of
Call of
people.
Duty.
That's
No,
why
I'm talking about what's here.
I know.
What's here. I
That's
could see a lot of gamers buying 3 of these games.
Yep.
You buy Call of Duty on top of that. Where's the room for you to buy Ghosty? Like, there's only so much discretionary income, and there's only so much time to play all these games. That's the point that I'm getting to. How, like, where is the time and the money to fit in a PlayStation game when there's only one that comes out a year? They kind of start to become out of sight, out of mind when Xbox is flooding you like this. Like, it's going to be tough. Like, it's going to.
Resume and buy all these games and get in and out, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I mean, it's
these developers.
We're always complaining about.
They don't even have quick resume.
So, yeah.
I can't hear him. Hold on, Farah. I can't hear you. Hold on. Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
There we go.
Okay. Yeah, I was saying that there's only so much time. There's only so much money, and everyone's complaining about backlog. So it's like you buy 3 of these games, you get Call of Duty. You're gonna be hard pressed to buy a Ghost of Yote. It's and Sony's doing people have always knocked Xbox for marketing. PlayStation has been doing a horrible job of marketing because they don't have any games to market. Like, they should be marketing the hell out of Astrobot, but they're not, because it's not selling anyway. Like, it won Game of the Year, and it still is not like flying off the shelves.
Yes, I think that they were expecting that to give them a little boost, right? They even made the Funko Pop, and we haven't seen any changes. I don't understand, why, unless they kind of had an idea, why not go ahead and pump up the Pro with some games? Like, put a show together and get people excited. I think that they are in this like 2 steps forward, 5 steps back situation, and that they can't get off of that ride. There's so much skepticism, lack of confidence, just from the whole team over there. I'm not just talking about the ones in charge. I think that based on the things that have been said from Jim Ryan, from Hiroki, these developers can't possibly feel great about going ahead and the budget cuts as well, going ahead and delivering something of quality.
10 game if 10 games get canceled, basically every studio canceled their games, I'm sure none of those developers quite feel safe. I'm not saying that they're all gonna leave PlayStation, but I'm sure there's a fear of job security that goes when you have that many projects canceled and you're in the middle of like trying to pitch your next product, and
absolutely,
because you gotta pitch it, and then Sony has to greenlight it, and I'm sure there's a lot of stress going on for those guys.
Yeah, because you don't know who's next. And I think, like, even if things are happening around you and you're feeling, even if you felt very secure and comfortable in your space, you're still these things bring up questions, right? Or could it be us? But also, like, you would think that would be the big hurdle to like get over, right? You're going to go ahead and you're going to pitch your game and they're going to be on board, and that's awesome. Here we go. We're going to make a game. And then boom, like, nothing is guaranteed over there. The idea that like yes, we got the green light to go ahead and do this, and we're going to show our work, it doesn't mean anything of value, because at any moment that plug can be pulled.
Facts.
The
And
biggest,
potentially your studio can take a walk.
Facts.
Yeah. the biggest IPs are getting their games canceled at Sony.
Mm-hmm.
God of War
That's
multiplayer got
crazy.
canceled.
They
Horizon
got- you're right.
canceled. Last of Us canceled. Like their multiplayer, like these are like their pillar franchises, and those games are getting canceled. So it's
Exactly.
it's scary over there.
So, Farah, the thing is that if they're getting it, anybody can get it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the
Yeah.
problem, right? If these, games that are what essentially the essence, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's left of PlayStation, if these games are getting cut, I mean, it's very telling where Hiroki's mind really is, though.
Yeah.
Facts.
Oh yeah, Spider-Man and Venom, I think, got canceled. The Spider-Man multiplayer game, and I think the Venom game got
The
canceled.
Venom DLC, that'd be wild too.
Yeah.
Well, that was supposed to come before Wolverine,
yeah.
and I think that's not happening.
Yeah. So
I
that's
mean,
what I'm saying. Like the biggest games that PlayStation has, the biggest IP that they have access to, all those games are getting canceled. Star Wars canceled. Knights of the Republic. Like every big game that you can, name off the top of your head has been canceled.
You know what's wild? You know what's wild? I said this a while ago, but it's still very true. And I think that there's a kind of reciprocal to that on the PlayStation side. So I said a while ago, and I think it holds true because everything that has released, I think, has kind of qualified for this. But what I had said was that every Xbox developer right now who's working on their next game that we're waiting for, which like before Hellblade, before Starfield, stuff like that, minus Redfall, right? Minus Redfall, because that was a previous.
Gosh, gummy bears.
Every game developer that Xbox has right now is developing a game that can quite literally be the game that takes them to that next level as a developer,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I'm not talking about sales. I'm talking about what they're capable of and what the way you perceive them to be.
Yes.
Of
right?
course.
Like I think, Compulsion's in that boat with South of Midnight. Obsidian's stay hitting, but Avowed is a huge game for them, right? In Exile and their new game, the Clockwork Revolution, right?
Yeah.
Again, games that like In Exile respected. These are all respected people, but like
Yeah.
when they come out and they're able to deliver something big, I feel like they're all working on games that could be like their next game could be that game to take it to the next level.
Mhm.
And on like the reciprocal of that over on the PlayStation side, honestly, I feel 100% without a shadow of doubt that every single PlayStation developer, their next game could very well be their last.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure.
It's
100%.
scary over there.
100%. See, the difference is if the Xbox developer comes out and the game is good to okay for whatever reason, which I don't think they'll do that because they'll just keep it in the cooker and just keep cooking it until they make it good. But even if that were to happen, I'll be like, all right, well, on to the next one, right? But honestly, I think PlayStation's at the point right now where they are in prove yourself mode.
Mm-hmm.
If Intergalactic don't hit after canceling the Last of Us multiplayer and wasting all that money, I think Naughty Dog could be in serious trouble. Sucker Punch, they're already no, not Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch is in that same boat too, right? If they don't, their game got, not their game. What was it? They were doing Sucker Punch is I'm confused. Sucker Punch and Bend, right? So Bend, they're already in their fucking one foot in the grave, right? Like they're already fucking stepping. They already dug that hole. They literally have one foot.
No, they're 2 feet looking up, saying, "Please don't bury me."
Hold on. Are you muted, Farrell?
No, I'm not muted.
No, I hear him.
I can't hear shit.
Oh.
What happened?
No, I can hear him.
That ain't cool.
Better?
No. All right, that's okay. You keep rocking. I'm gonna flip it over here, see if I put it back.
Yeah, they're 2 feet. They're 2 feet in, begging them not to
Just living high.
Not to throw the dirt on them. We can still make games. I promise. We're good at it.
There we go. I can hear it. I can hear it now.
Let me back up.
Who, Bend?
Yeah. But the thing is, Ben did make a good game. They made a good game that everyone loved, but Herman was like, it's either gonna be my IP or your IP, and I choose my IP. That's basically what happened. There was only room for one of us, and that's basically what it seems like happened there.
I think maybe, and I'm just here, guessing that Herman may have had a conflict of interest here. I'm just saying, how do you have him in charge when he's the one making the decisions? And obviously he is going to gravitate towards his own rather than talent.
Yeah, because I mean, if we go back in time, Horizon reviewed better, but Days Gone was better received by the public. The fans liked Days Gone more. Mm-hmm. So and back then Sony was all about Metacritic, and I think that's what gave him the edge, and I think that's what kind of put Days Gone on the back burner. It's unfortunate because that was probably their next great franchise, if they would have kept it going. But yeah, Herman, he is another one of the Sony cancers that took over after Sean Layden left.
Agreed. I feel like there were always like different paths to take. Mm-hmm. And these mistakes that are now being so consequential to their their brand, right? Mm-hmm. Is such a detriment what's taking place. I feel like they could have all been avoided, or at least the majority of it. And it's like, what were you guys, what kind of freaking pony powder were you guys sniffing? I feel like it was just one of those around a fire, sitting together, holding hands type of experience that just freaking hypnotized them all.
Yeah, like they tried to turn all these games into live service games. The Days Gone game makes the most sense as a live service game. Like the horde of zombies and all that, like you killing them with your friends. That made the most, like of all the games that they tried to make multiplayer, that one made the most sense. And I guess I could say Ghost of Tsushima having a multiplayer or a live service component made sense because they released that one multiplayer mode and it did very well for a short period of time, and they shut it down for some reason instead of building on it.
Like an asshole.
Yeah, they just got rid of it, and it was doing pretty well for them. It's kind of surprising, but I mean, nothing surprising with how Sony operates at the moment. They don't do a lot of things that make sense. So
true. And that's the thing, like, make it make sense. At some point you have to take a step back and essentially just be like they could have pumped those brakes at some point or another. I feel, listen, it will take so many years for them to kind of like get it together and be at a kind of stable place. But if they get there, we'll see. It's going to be hard to recover.
I just don't think it's possible. That's really the hardest part for them, because it's like it's such an uphill climb for them, and like they're not prepared for it. Like they just can't, like no matter what. Like again, one good game is not going to save them. Like if Ghost of Yotei comes out, Ghost of Yotei comes out, Xbox drops 8 games in a year that are all critically acclaimed, all great games, right? That all do really well. And then you get Ghost of Yotei comes out. And let's say, just for grins and giggles, it does really well, good game, great score. What does that mean? Nothing. It's just one of the games, right? It's not life altering. It's not changing. It's not gonna be like, oh my god, well, everything changes now for Sony. They're in great shape. They're in great shape.
You got like 15, 16 other studios that still have to shit or get off the pot because there's no recurring revenue there. It's just,
facts.
you release something, it sells what it sells, and that's the end of it. So
exactly. And that's the reality of what it is, right? That's the reality of what it is. So like there is no, like, I know sometimes we talk about this idea of, well, maybe they could figure it out, or maybe they could come out. I know the chat, like I know Edward Lafferty has said it in the past, like, they're not down bad, they just gotta, it's like, I get that idea, right? We all want to say that, right? And to be clear, I don't know when he says that or when people say this, if they're thinking about PlayStation as an entity, because to be clear, I don't think that PlayStation as an entity has no problem right now. Zero problem, right? PlayStation as an entity, they're not going down. They're not in fear of loss, nothing, because PlayStation as an entity still has a bunch of people who buy microtransactions and third-party games on their box. It's just what it is. It's just the fact. Their only pitfall right now, the thing that makes PlayStation weak, the thing that makes Sony look at PlayStation as a money pit, the thing that makes Sony say, I'd rather invest in other things, is their first party. 100%, it's their first party. That is the PlayStation weakness. They cannot compete. They spend too much money for too little return. They spent so much money on things that they canceled. Bro, 10 out of 12 games being canceled is crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. Throwing all that money away. Burnt. Gone.
And all the failed hardware.
Facts. Failed hardware as well. Right? Like, this is just the reality of what it is. So when I talk about PlayStation, I'm not talking about the platform. I don't think that's reasonable to say that PlayStation as an entity is failing because they are selling boxes, and whether those boxes buy first party games or not, they're definitely spending money on microtransactions. They're definitely buying third party games. We've seen the numbers. Those numbers are true. We can't debate.
They're a strong store.
What they're not doing, exactly. Again, they're GameStop.
Yeah, they're a very strong store at the moment.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the reality, right? They're a storefront. That's what they are. That's what they're going to transform into. You brought it up, and honestly, ever since you brought it up, like, I can't see it any other way.
It's one of those things that resonate.
It's just what it is. They will be a Valve. Steam is going to be the same shit as PlayStation Store. That's what they're going to become. They'll have their PlayStation Store. I don't think that PlayStation Store is going to be a PlayStation exclusive. I think they're going to make a PlayStation Store online where you will go on your PC and buy the first party, quote unquote, games that they release every once in the blue, like a Valve. They'll make one game this year, maybe another game another year. They have
Valve make a game a generation.
Yeah, I know. I listen, as long as PlayStation still has some studios, I don't know if they'll get rid of all the studios, but I know they're going to slim the fuck down. That's just the reality of what it is. So they'll put a store online, and it'll be the PlayStation Store, just like GMG, just like Epic Game Store, just like Steam. It'll just be a store, just like Windows Store, right? This is what it's going to be. And that's where you'll get to play these games as well. That's what they are. That's what they're good at. Okay. That's what they're good at doing now. They are no longer good at making games. They're not. As a whole, as an entity, yes, you have the one-offs. You have this guy can make a good game. This guy can make a good game. But more and more, you look at them and you're like, I don't really see that, right? I don't look at Sony Santa Monica. Dead ass. I don't look at Sony Santa Monica as a top tier studio for them right now. God of War Ragnarok was that generic. It was that generic.
Yeah, it's not over the cancellation of the multiplayer. It's just which, by the way, ridiculous thought, but sure.
And what do they make besides God of War?
Exactly. All their eggs are in that basket. Now, obviously, Cory Barlog, who made the 2018 God of War, who basically saved Sony Santa Monica from being no one, right? When he brought back 2018 God of War. To be clear, before that game, what were they making that anybody gives a shit about today?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Nada. Right? So Sony Santa Monica is back to being just what have you done for me lately? 2018 God of War made an impact. Sure. Ragnarok did not. That is a groupie game. Okay. If you're a God of War groupie and you're like, oh my God, I love anything God of War, then yeah, you were fine with it because you just got more of what you already wanted. But the world showed it. Right?
Yeah,
it didn't sell as much as the first one.
Evolve. The PlayStation, this is the thing. Yes, okay, that is all great and dandy. But what is dead is the PlayStation that they know and love, right?
Facts.
What they used to know about PlayStation, that's gone. Bye-bye, donezo. No more first-party games, or at least quality ones. And the ones that you're getting, not many, right? I'm just saying, Hiroki, it's not happy with the state of PlayStation. And honestly, neither should these developers be. When you look at a list like this, there is no denying, there's no sugarcoating, there's no covering up the freaking facts. PlayStation's barely making games. The ones that they are going to release, look at this list. Put one of your games next to this. What do you think is going to happen? It's embarrassing that Xbox has more games on this freaking platform than they're going to release in how long? How long? What do we know for sure? PlayStation is so freaking afraid and scared that they've been hiding for years. What games are you making? Show them.
Facts.
Stop canceling shit. You a bitch when it comes to that.
But they are showing them. They're showing them by them being
bitching
canceled.
out. That's worse than not making games. They're looking at what they have and they're saying, we can't compete. Look at what Xbox is releasing.
Smash.
Exactly. For someone to have a platform and your competitor is showing up, putting a list of games that is this hefty, and this is what they are just announcing now. We are in freaking February. February just hit.
Yeah.
You don't have a roadmap. It is embarrassing. So I don't care what these developers want to put out there. Start asking yourselves the questions and see if you like the answers.
Hold on, we got the answer right here.
If the answer is that you're just happy and all you want is play Xbox games on your PlayStation, then you're winning. Keep paying those $70 for those games.
Facts. We will answer the question for you.
Well, what's up, love?
Will, the insider, bro boilers, that $2 super chat. Appreciate you, fam.
Thank you for
so
rocking
much,
out.
Says Xbox the pimp, games are the hookers, PlayStation is the John.
The scary, I would say the scary thing is that I don't think PlayStation has an internal roadmap after canceling that many games.
No.
So they probably don't even know what's coming.
I mean, we've seen their roadmap. We've seen the fact that they had Intergalactic, that's Naughty Dog's game. We have Ghost of Yote, which is Sucker Punch. We know Ben's game is canceled.
Yep.
We know Blue Point game is canceled.
Yep.
Right? We know Insomniac's other game was canceled. We know Wolverine, supposedly, that's our other game on the roadmap, right? So you got Wolverine, Intergalactic, and Ghost of Yote.
You know how I feel about Wolverine. I don't think we see that game. I think it's very hard with the Disney money. It's not that I don't think they can make the game. It's to make the game twice and pay Disney Disney wants that money. If they couldn't make a profit on Spider-Man,
exactly.
But I think they got to release the game if they got into bed with Disney. Like, Disney's not going to let the contract be out there for years, not having another place making a Wolverine game, and then be okay if Sony's like, you know what? Nah, all this years we can't do it. I don't think that's a possibility. I think they have to release it. It has to be released.
I mean,
it's just whether or not it's good or it's as big. They might scale that shit back, make it tiny. Who knows, man?
The question is, okay, so Disney, right? They just look at Indiana Jones. Like, are they going to be okay with what we've seen of Wolverine being out there, what money is that going to bring in? I mean, what do you rather have? The clause in the contract, that's going to be what it's all going to come down to. That's just it. I don't know, bro. It's not looking good. But it hasn't for a while. So
look at Maca9.
Maca was good.
Maca, thank you for being here, fam. Appreciate
Thank you, love.
Says, I'm a huge Spider-Man fan. And I think I wasted money buying the PlayStation 5 Spider-Man one. Haven't even played 5 hours of it. And I was so hyped for it. Maca9, you are not alone. If you've been here for a while and you looked behind Doodle, you would have seen there used to be a PlayStation 5 Spider-Man edition back there. We have now since taken it out of here and given it to one of our daughters because she, she has a game room now. So we put Series X and PlayStation over there. But we invested too, right? We have another one over there. Point is that yes, we're just like you, man. This is the thing. You played PlayStation 4's version of Spider-Man and you said, wow, this is amazing. You're a huge Spider-Man fan. This is amazing. Wow. And this is a PlayStation 4. I can only imagine what they'll do on the PlayStation 5. That's what you did, Maka. That's what we all did who played it on the PlayStation 4 and said, oh shit, we should probably get a PlayStation 5 because if this is what they did on a PlayStation 4, then I can only imagine what they'll do on a PlayStation 5. That's the same thing that happened with God of War. And we left with the same problem. They both came out with their sequels to big games on the PlayStation 4. Games that deserve to have a true next generation sequel. And what did they do? Bullshit.
Yeah.
Bullshit. Last gen bullshit. You
like
don't buy the same fucking reason the PlayStation 5 Pro is dumb for the vast majority of people to buy, okay, is the exact reason why it was stupid to buy a fucking PlayStation 5 when you're coming from a PlayStation 4 Pro. Because you fucking went ahead and thought to yourself, holy shit, look at what we have here in the Spider-Man. I love Spider-Man. Wow, what a fucking game. And then on PlayStation 5, you give me some shit that I could still play on my PlayStation 4. Like this is like I bought a PlayStation 5 to play the same shit.
Makes no damn sense.
Are you kidding me? Like it looks like it could be playing here. You just arbitrarily making me buy a PlayStation 5, but you're giving me the same shit that would have run on this fucking PlayStation 4. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. You Sony, you PlayStation are the reason that all these games in these studios have gone to shit. Because you told them, I could only assume based off of their output on the PlayStation 4, you told them, nah, fam, we got to make some of this money back. So I don't want you building an engine to take advantage of next generation power. That 10 T-flops, ignore that shit. Pretend you got 2 again. Make a game that'll fit in 2. That's what they did, bro. That's what they fucking did. And they can go suck a dick for that. That was such a waste of our fucking money for anyone. And we know on Xbox, there's a lot of people who own PlayStations as well, because over here on Xbox, we tend to be more gamers where we want to experience gaming in general and have our strong preference. But still, if something's good, something's fucking good. And you want to be able to get it if you want to, right? And they took that away from us, right? They took the excitement of a new next-gen game away. They sat there and lied to our fucking faces. We believe in generations. You believe in sucking your own balls. That's what you believe in, because what you gave us was nothing. Nothing. You wasted our lives. You're a waste. And that's why Xbox will stay slapping your ass up, because you guys are pathetic. You guys are afraid. You guys have no money. You can't invest in a goddamn thing. Everything that you do, you're riding a fucking wave. You're hoping that this shit plays out for you. This whole thing, look, I'm telling you right now, I've said it many times, I'm not into this whole woke and all this bullshit, right? But I tell you right now, that's 100% what they're writing. They're not doing this shit. They didn't fucking make the Ghost of Tsushima chick, Ghost of Yote, a girl because they thought that's where our heart is. We want to make this new game with this chick. No.
Or MJ run around with a
fucking
taser.
Jin. Yeah. People actually like this motherfucker. People were waiting for part 2.
Yep.
You said, no, I'm going to change it because you wanted to ride the wave. That's what you did. You're riding waves. Every wave you could find, and they all have fucking flatlined your ass. Every time. Every game you made, Concord, what were you riding? Was that creativity?
No.
No.
See, that's the difference. Xbox is making waves.
Absolutely. Every game on this list is except for age and age, even though technically those are both technically different as well. Every game on this list, all different games. They're getting 7. If you add the 8th one, Call of Duty, all different games, all different genres. They're releasing in 1 year on PlayStation. These motherfuckers can't figure out how to make one fucking good game that gets people fucking pumped about their fucking stupid ass box. Yep. And they're riding the success of the PlayStation 4 and all those people who had one of those, and they're just upgrading to a PlayStation 5 because they don't think any better, but they ain't upgrading because you're doing something to earn that shit, bitch. Understand that. All you fucking stupid ass ponies out there who think you got something great over there, fam, we fucking have it.
Yeah.
There ain't shit great over there, man. They ain't shit great. Get the fuck out of here.
We can all say, but Xbox bought all these studios, but they didn't buy them and keep them status quo. They bought them and elevated and told them to make something better. Most of these, almost every studio that Xbox has purchased has made a new IP as their first game, whether it be Obsidian or Playground or what's the damn, I'm having brain farts. They have so many studios, but almost all of them have made a new IP. You know, what's the one that made the Wasteland series?
In Exile.
In Exile, yeah. They're making Clockwork Revolution. You know, Obsidian had
Playground
the Grounded,
games, Fable,
Rare. They're making a new game. Everyone that Xbox purchases, they make a new IP. So they're not just standing on the fact that, oh, we bought this new studio, they're just going to keep doing what they do. Like, no, when they buy a new studio, they go in there and they help them make those studios better. They allow them to make, like, I guarantee you, Doom the Dark Ages is not Doom the Dark Ages without the assistance of Microsoft's backing. Like,
100%.
The additional 100%. Resources that they gave them allowed them to have those dragons and those mechs and all those other things in a Doom game that we haven't seen. The fact that Doom has an actual story now that you don't have to go find the story. There's actual voice acting in a story within the game is a credit to what Xbox has done for that studio now that they purchased them. So
absolutely,
they have done things to grow the studios that they purchased. So it's not just, oh, they just bought the IP. They did a lot more than just buy the IP.
100%. 100%. Even when you think about things that are, you know, series, Forza Horizon 5.
Yeah.
Forza Horizon, they bought them when they were releasing 4. Right? Either release, it was like before they were releasing 4 or whatever. They bought it in 2018. They bought Playground, right? Did they fucking go and say, hey, I'm just going to keep this one riding or reskin it? No. Forza Horizon 5 is such an elevation, right? They pushing, right? So even the studios that are doing things that have heritage, they're still pushing forward. Right, they're not letting things stay. They're not letting them get stale. Ninja Gaiden 4, they paid for that game. That game wasn't going to happen. They're making that game happen. Right, this is Outer Worlds 2. We already know from the way they talked about it, it's just going to be bigger and better. Right, they're going to use those Microsoft dollars and put them in the right place and just enhance these games. Indiana Jones, brand new, goddamn, fucking amazing. Right, come on. They Starfield was supposed to release 2 years before it released. Microsoft came in, fucking let them cook. Right? Like my Mac 22 TH54, my homie says they keep evolving. That's what this is, man. That's what this is. This is a whole different piece. That's what it's about. That's what they don't realize. right? That's what these ponies don't realize, what they're defending, what they're fighting for over there is wild. You're fighting for repetition. You're fighting for stale ass experiences. You're fighting for rinse and repeat. That's what you're fighting for over there.
It's true.
Yeah.
You ask us why we fight. We fight because we want to make sure this keeps going.
Mm-hmm.
We want to make sure that your stupid ass narratives don't ever dissuade Microsoft from wanting to fucking continue down this path where they're going ahead and growing, where they're not wondering, well, what do we have to do to get these people to decide to stop buying PlayStations? No, fuck that idea. Fuck that. That's old mentality. They've been there, done that shit. If you didn't fucking buy one, don't fucking buy one. Let's go get that money.
Yep.
Okay, let's go get that money,
life, baby.
We take that money.
Let's go.
We take that shit. Look at them.
Okay.
They're fucking foaming at the mouth. They're foaming at the motherfucking mouth looking at this list. Look at them spreading it. This is a fucking pony. This dude, Hunter dude, he writes lists, but he's always writing PlayStation shit. I don't know if he plays everything, but I always see him doing PlayStation shit, like nonstop.
Yeah.
So they're spreading it. Keep spreading the lists. Keep showing every pony who follows you that you're gonna find these games on the fucking PlayStation.
He's showing them their future.
Right?
He's showing them their future.
Spread that shit around nonstop because that's what we want.
PlayStation's gonna be a store. That's the way that they're trending. They're trending towards just being purely a store.
Exactly.
At this rate.
Exactly.
Unless something drastic change, like something dramatic has to change in their first party for that not to happen.
There's no, they have to go out and buy studios, big studios, exciting studios, not little bitch made up ones. Fireworks Studios, motherfucker. What a fucking stupid ass. What?
Well,
Fairhaven.
Like, they gotta start. They gotta start making games first. They got to start with the making. Like, you're not making games.
That's the problem. But even if, like, look, let's say they have a state of play next week. Okay, let's just say, and they do the unthinkable. They show you five first party games, all dropping in the next 12 months. What a celebration that's going to be, right? Woo! Oh my God, we told you Xbox, PlayStation's here. They ain't fucking around. Look at all these games. We got bitches. Look at all these games, right? And then they drop those 5 games.
Yeah.
The problem they have is for the next 5 fucking years, they're not going to see a goddamn game in their life outside of what Xbox gives them.
Yeah,
they're done. They're done. They shot their load. If they give you a year even close to what Xbox is doing for you ponies, then you're done for the next 5 fucking years.
Yeah, because I mean, after those 3 games, it's a good chance that Sony doesn't release another first-party game this generation outside of a quote-unquote money hat deal where they published a game where they published somebody else. After Death Stranding, after Ghost of Yotei, after Intergalactic, and I guess after Wolverine, after those 4 games, there might not be anything else until PlayStation 6.
I mean, that's very possible.
And the PlayStation 6 is
not even theirs. So
and PlayStation 6 is supposed to come out when? Like they said they want the generation to go on for another
29.
Yeah, so you're talking about 4 years without games, 5 years without games that are first party.
I mean, that becomes the question, right? Do you pivot your games and say, all right, we already fucked this shit up. Xbox is dropping games over here. Let's ride this out and let's have these people make a next gen game for whatever the fuck we're gonna make next.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that's rough, because when you really think about the 3 games that you just mentioned, like the world can go without it. Honestly, like based also on the reaction, it's like
their own community isn't excited for any of those games.
Yeah, I don't even know that that's necessary. And how do you not kind of look at that and say, what are we even doing right now? Let's get our shit together. Let's bring in that, bring in that 30%, see what we can, patch up. And the question is, do they rebuild when it comes to studios? Like, I feel like this is a strong freaking list. And this is, again, early February. We're just starting the year. We don't know what they have planned. We don't know how they're going to moving forward, what else they have under their sleeve, right? So I just don't know if they're going with lines like, let's spend them out of business, let's be the Disney of gaming. I just don't know that they're going to give them room to have even the energy to show up and make more games moving forward.
Yeah, because
I don't know.
All right,
That's
so
tricky.
when we say flop is determined by the product owner. The product owner has, in my mind, they have a target number that they're trying to reach. If it doesn't reach that number, it's a flop. So if Ghost of Yote, Wolverine, and the Intergalactic game all flop compared to Sony's expectations, I've already said I could see Sony sending little old Insomniac over to Xbox and saying, "Can we please make Sunset Overdrive 2 for you guys?" I can see that happening. It sounds crazy now, but when money's getting tighter and tighter as far as their game development budget, and I could see them being like, "Hey, if you fund it, we'll build it," and it gets put everywhere. And I can see Xbox saying, "Sure, why not?"
So I agree 100%. So there's two things I want to see over here because so like Pragmatic Eagle says true, but sometimes the expectations are BS. Otherwise, Square as a whole is a flop. That's true. And I think when you say the expectations are BS, I think you're right. The problem is the expectations are based on what they spent on the product. So when they tell every business has their own margin of operation that they want to, go by for their profitability. So, when they look at a game, they say, if I spend $100 million, the only way this $100 million makes sense for us to have that risk, out in the market without our, it's not in our pockets anymore versus having it invested somewhere that's going to make me a return or something like that, right? Without us risking it in a major way, right? For them, it's like, well, I want to make $300 million for that to make sense for me to risk $100 million, right? Like this is the problem when it comes to these expectations, because the expectations is a business term, right? For them, it's financially, we spent this, we want to make this. That's what makes it worth it to us. The reason why that matters is because, unfortunately, as stupid as we may think it is, that is going to determine what they spend the next time they make a game.
I think that's a big part of the problem, right? Because
100%.
When we think of Ragnarok and the sales, and then you think of the game, the God of Ragnarok, the God of War prior, that was a flop, right? Just based on the fact that it sold less. When you come in and you're like, okay, well, this game sold this much, we're going to make the next one is going to sell the same or more, right? That's the goal. But when you're with Horizon, same thing. But when you're trimming down, right, and people are not showing up for your next one, these are expectations that they had that weren't met. And so how do you move forward with another one? And this is what has, caused the issues with their IP. Not to mention that, again, they really lean into the outsides, right? Instead of in, Disney, freaking God of War is also like, yes, it's their IP, but it's not really. So Horizon, as much as, we were like, really, that's the one, it's the one. It's their IP. Yes. So, I mean, they may not like it or what it brings in, but that's the one that represents their creativity.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fundamental problem for them, right? It's a fundamental problem. The profit, their expectations of what they want to make is a very real issue, and that's why we heard from Hiroki himself. He's like, bro, like, this shit is crazy. You guys are spending way too much money. You ain't making shit.
Yes.
And
I think that with the gallopers out there, it's okay. But that's why that they say all this nonsense. But this is why their math and their, thinking that Concord wasn't much of a problem. The fact that they pulled the plug on it, or that these games not selling like freaking the way that they're expected to.
yeah.
These are problems. These are issues for them. That's why Hiroki came to kind of clean the house and fix things up. And I mean, we haven't seen much that matters or that's substantial enough for them to move forward. So I don't see the future for them.
Yeah, and you need to make that three.
I mean,
you need to make that
I
3-to-1 ratio on your product, because there is a very long gap between when the next product is released. And if you want to retain your staff and you want to upgrade facilities and do all that stuff costs money, especially if you're only releasing a game every 5-6 years. You gotta, when you release it, you gotta make that money. There's not a lot of room for you not to make it when it's going to take 5 or 6 years for the next one to come out. So if the first one doesn't hit, you're talking about a decade before you have the potential to recoup some of your cost.
And this is what spooked Square, right? They were riding high, holding hands. We're good here. And when they saw those sales just starting to decline, they were out. And you can't blame them.
They lost half their company. Making deals with Sony, it cost them half their
100%.
company.
They did.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's going to be a different time. It's going to be a different time for these people. It's going to be a different time for PlayStation. It just has to net out right? And that's what all these companies are going to look at. And that's why, we see Herman and Hiroki talking about changing the way they're making games. These are going to be slightly smaller experiences. They're going to break up these studios and have them making multiple games instead of just one big game anymore. Like this is the type of stuff that they're going to have to do to try to stay competitive with output while also not breaking the bank. They need to figure out how can we take the money that we normally invest in one game and turn that into 3. You know what I'm saying? Like, and to be clear, like Xbox has shown that with skill and talent, you can do that, because they spent, what was it, like 50, 60 million, 70 million for Hellblade 2.
Yeah.
Right? Like they spent somewhere around there, and that is like a high quality product, right? That's a banger. That's something that's like, holy shit, look at what it is. If that wasn't in a niche, right? If that was like a regular action game or something like that, that wasn't all about the mental health and stuff like that, it would have done way better, right? And it would have made way more return for them, because they have such high quality at such a low cost, right? And that's really the goal, right? And Microsoft knows that. I mean, that is Microsoft's goal as well, to be clear. But you have to have the talent to be able to execute that, right? And that's the reality, right? We know in general, Xbox typically doesn't spend, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of million on a game. You know what I'm saying? It's just maybe a Halo, maybe something like super high end, but it's not the norm, right? It's not the norm. It's not what they would normally do. But they're able to execute, right? They're able to instead of spending the money on any one particular game, they're spending the money on publishers, on studios. Let's bring in talent. Let's actually go ahead and make this shit fucking like high quality. And that's what they've done, right? They did not disappoint with their purchase picks, right? People might have questioned the purchase picks when it first happened. I think a lot of people did. When you think of a name like Compulsion, that doesn't scream, hey, buy us because the next game we make is going to be some fucking amazing fucking game. You know what I'm saying? Like we didn't know that at the time, but now we absolutely do, right? I mean, obviously people haven't played it, but just from the trailers and everything that you saw, right? Like, the what they're doing is special, right?
Yeah.
It's not just the same old generic bullshit, right? Again, Microsoft delivering with giving us high quality and variety, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think that's a major difference.
And as far as live service goes with Microsoft, even whatever you consider their worst game, it's still bringing in money month after month. You know, as far as the live service goes. I mean, we're not going to go bleeding edge, but you know, if you go like Sea of Thieves or Halo Infinite, Minecraft, you know, you name one, ESO, they're all bringing in revenue every single month, and that's something that PlayStation struggles with because they only have one of those games, and that's Helldivers 2, that can bring any recurring revenue. Destiny is, you know, basically dead now, from a recurring revenue standpoint. So their margins are extremely tight because of that. They don't have any products that bring. The only product they have in that brings money every month is PlayStation Plus and the streaming service inside of PlayStation Plus. That's their only guaranteed recurring revenue at the moment.
Facts, which is not feeling good for them. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not the greatest thing,
because they don't have a game to justify the service. Even the lowest tier, like to play online. I mean, so many games are free to play now. It's hard to justify paying $80 a year for PlayStation Plus when I can play Fortnite, Call of Duty. What's the Call of Duty? Warzone. You play Warzone.
Yep.
There's so many free to play games now. I think Roblox is Roblox free to play. Roblox and Fortnite is free to play. Also,
Roblox
is
100% free to play.
Yeah. Roblox, Fortnite, all those things are free to play. It's hard to justify spending $80 a year on that service.
100%. Let me get the homie lad in the building real quick. Says, not that I'm bothered, although if it turns out that PlayStation still doesn't share anything after receiving a list of games while they're down, it will be kind of sad. So this is the thing. This is another point that I love about Microsoft, love about Xbox. They are done with asking. You know what I'm saying? They're done with the, hey, it would make sense to bring it over here. We know what the next gen is looking like, right? We know what is heavily rumored. We know what Phil, if you look at that interview with Destin talked about what? Steam. Confirmed Steam going to be on the next Xbox? And Phil just chuckled, just laughed. They are done playing nice. Doesn't matter this sharing bullshit. They're going to force the hand. They're going to say, no problem, fam. If you don't want to, which clearly PlayStation wants to, they will at some point. But even if they don't give a shit. They're going to say, no problem. Our next console is going to run Steam. And probably Epic Game Store. And if somebody really, on that platform wants to buy your game, they can buy it.
That's back to the bad decisions. It really, for PlayStation, it really sucks that they've waited this long, right? Kind of like the to jump into putting their games on Xbox, right? I feel like before they had a bigger chance when they weren't making as many games. I feel like they waited till this year alone, and it's crazy because again, they managed to surprise us at the Game Awards. They managed to go ahead and surprise us during the Direct, and I feel like we'll still be shocked with some of the games that may end up releasing this year that we don't even know about. And we just keep saying this year is stacked between first party games and third party games. And it's just, I feel like they had a window and the opportunity. I think last year you know, the first half of the year, if they had put Helldivers day and date, like if they had, I feel like that was their moment.
Yeah.
Even when they went ahead and had some of these games on PC, they went and kind of with the PSN or the drama back and forth, they kind of messed that up. I feel like that was their moment to kind of really get their claws in and have a bit more of a presence, just like I think a game like Ghosts of Yote will be overlooked with this list. I feel like it'll be the other way around as well. I think that they're in a situation right now that if they said, let's put this one game on Xbox, it just wouldn't be enough. I feel like they're being put in a position that if they don't show up with at least 4 games, a nice little list, what's it really going to do? You're hoping that when you put one game in again, and I'm talking about the year that Xbox is having, this 2025, it's no joke. So for you to show up with pocket change, it's not going to be cute. Okay.
Yes,
so you need to show up with enough that at least one will take, and you will be like, okay, well, at least this one worked. But if you put one in and it doesn't do well, man, the spirits will be low.
Yeah, I think the only one that could do well is Spider-Man. I think that's the only one that would do well. It's Spider-Man 2018 or Spider-Man Miles Morales. I don't think I think those are the only two that might do well. I can't see God of War just like coming in and just like doing crazy numbers. It's been so many years. You've already seen the big moments from that game. Ghost of Tsushima. It's kind of hard with Ninja Gaiden kind of having that resurgence at the moment. Like nobody wants Last of Us at this point on the Xbox. I'm thinking of their games. Nobody wants Gran Turismo. Helldivers 2, you know, Call of Duty, Halo. Like we have those type of games that are cooking over here.
Facts.
It would just be, I think it would be tough for PlayStation to drop a game that's not in Game Pass and to do well on the Xbox at the moment.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. Real quick, before we keep going.
There we go. I got to go to Game Shark real quick.
Oh, I was about to go to Game Shark.
Oh, okay. Game Shark, what's good? Thank you for rocking out. Happy Tuesday, love. Game Shark says the problem is Xbox feeds their customers so well that they've made the idea of wanting games from over there irrelevant.
Yeah,
it's true.
I was going to say that earlier.
It's so hard to think about it. Like it's so hard to be like, oh, what game do we want from over there? It's like, fam, first of all, we have the PlayStation 5 here, and I can tell you right now, none of these games we want over on Xbox, yo.
Would you agree with me that Xbox at the moment does a great job of making you feel like whatever the next game that's coming out is the biggest game?
Facts.
Like right now, Ninja Gaiden 2 feels like the biggest game. Yep. But then next week, 100%. Avowed's gonna feel like the biggest game, and then you know,
Eternal Strands felt like a huge game.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like their first game, and it felt like a huge game because it was coming to Game Pass, and it was like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's they do it on every level. It's not just Xbox first party. They've got us so used to the idea that I honestly I've said it here before, and I feel it true. I can't. It doesn't wire any different way. For me, if you're day one in Game Pass, that's like it might as well be Xbox first party to me. Like it's like, oh shit, this is a day one game for me. That's first class citizenship, right? You know what I'm saying? Like I'm being treated like a god. Like, oh shit, we're coming to worship you, sir. Here's a gift, right? Like that's what I feel. I feel like we're empowered on Xbox because we're receiving from Xbox, not just taking, right? They're not taking from us nonstop. They're giving, right? Now, if they had a $20 service and every month you're like, man, no games are coming. What the fuck is this, right? Like at the beginning, right? At the beginning, at $10, it felt like, all right, there's some games, but like there's not like a whole bunch. But fuck it, we're supporting and we're still getting games, so it's still better than what I would done with this $10, right? This $10 is buying me way more than I would have gotten, but it wasn't necessarily big games. And we remember, we were like, oh man, when are we gonna get big? You know, when what's it called? Outer
Worlds?
Outriders.
Outriders.
When Outriders dropped, it was like, oh my God, we got this huge third-party big game. Like, oh my God, this is gonna be a start of the flood of we're gonna start getting this all the time. And it didn't happen, right? It was just more of the same. And then now we're in a whole different world, man. Now it's just like big first-party game all year, big third-party games all year, like all day and date. Like, who the fuck am I? I'm fucking eating like you know what I'm saying? Like a king. Like, this is fucking great, right? This is a whole different world. This is why I respect Xbox so much, because they treat again, obviously you got to pay in to be part of the club, right?
Yeah.
You have to show for that $20. I look at that shit is so irrelevant to how much money you're saving by buying that goddamn fucking that subscription. That $20 is your buy-in to show Xbox that you're a real one. Listen, $20 in a month of my salary, right? $20, and I get everything you drop that month, and you dropping a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh yeah, I agree, and that's why I feel like these like the people that are on Twitter that have these complaints about Xbox, that a lot of them are so disingenuous because it's beautiful over here as a Game Pass customer, the way that you're treated.
Absolutely.
Like who cares that we missed out on Black Myth Wukong? Like, who cares that Baldur's Gate 3 came late? Like, who cares that Seafood just finally hit the Xbox? Like, I don't know when it hit. Like, it could have hit 3 years ago.
Whenever it hit Game Pass,
is when it hit. Yeah. So it's like, you know, if you don't come to the like at this point, I'm of the mind, like, if you didn't come to the platform, it's most likely just because you weren't good enough. Because all the best games are here right now. That's what it feels like.
Yes.
Facts. 100%. 100%.
Like,
if you're not in there, you just can't get into the club.
That's right. That don't make it over here.
That's the club.
They're hating from outside the club. They can't even get in.
That's why they're mad. Game Pass is ruining everything. Like, no, bitch, you ain't good enough to get in the Game Pass.
Yeah.
They don't want to give you a bag. That's why you mad. You mad because they said no to you, fool. You think we don't know? You think we don't know that you tried and failed? Hey. Please. Before we keep going, because we're having a fucking grand old time. We got some homies that were waiting, man. I didn't even see some of this stuff come in, man.
Thank you guys.
The homie Game Shark, my dude.
Shark. Let's go, baby.
That $5 super chat, man. Appreciate you, fam.
Happy Tuesday, love.
Excuse me.
Tell me.
What happens if their next state of play is another shit show? Stop hating, start participating. All love, thank you for what you do. Game Shark, thank you,
Thank you, Game Shark.
Ponies are great at making manure, you know. So
oh yes, they are. They will tell you that. What do you mean? It was like great show. Let there be an Xbox game in there. Oh man, I want them. I want them to announce one of the games that are going over there in the state of play.
What if it's just B7 games?
They do a state of play on all these games. Like, look,
that's it. There's nothing else. Just those 7.
That would be hilarious, bro.
But that, you know why I would love it? Because no matter what else is shown in that state of play, no one's gonna give a fuck.
Nothing compares.
All they care about is what Xbox does. Everybody's watching Xbox. Everybody is following Xbox. Everyone is hyped for what Xbox is doing. It's crazy. It's crazy how the tables have been turned. You know who else is turning fucking tables out here? Our boy Spartan 661.
Let's go, baby.
He went ahead and gifted 5 On Point for Gamer membership.
Yes.
My dude. Thank you, my brother.
Spartan 661. Thank you so much. That's awesome.
Y'all know what to do.
Tell them, baby.
Put the motherfucking welcome to the family emoji in the chat. Welcome our newest members, man. We appreciate each and every one of y'all. Thank y'all so much for rocking.
Spartan, thank you so much. Welcome, you guys.
And of course, our boy Spartan. You're the fucking man. Thank you, sir. Let me see who got this. Let's see. All right, here we go. Oh, we got the homie Ice Cold.
Let's go.
We got Talus Ray.
Yes.
We got 50 TY.
Woo.
We got Vontae. and the homie, the mechanic.
Let's go.
Thank y'all so much for being here, man. We appreciate you. Spartan 661, man. Thank you so much. This really does help a lot, man. So we do appreciate you. Remember, if you are receiving this brand new membership, remember that this is not like before when you subscribed here where you were just supporting us. No. You get weekly shows dedicated just to you. That's right. Every Saturday we have member only show bright and early in the morning and then one at night. So definitely take advantage of that. Come hang out. It's a fun time.
Yes.
We appreciate you guys. And of course, Spartan, thank
you.
Brother. Means a lot to us. It really does help. So thank you, sir. And then we got our boy Make It Simple.
Make it simple. Let's go. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother.
Let's go.
Here. Says Xbox has free cloud save. If Xbox removes the online requirement next gen, how do you think PlayStation will respond? I think they'll panic. LOL. Damn. That will be wild. That will be wild. This is the thing. Before I would say that I think it would be really hard for them to justify getting rid of the online, infrastructure. And obviously, as far as like paying for it.
Yeah.
And obviously they're the ones who have the numbers, so they would know. But honestly, with the way that Game Pass, the output that they have now and the cadence of what they're bringing out, I can honestly see Game Pass being enough to support the reason why you spend the money. The only reason that I would see them not take it out is if in their minds they're saying, well, we have to swap something, right? If you're going to take out a $5 fee a month for online, whatever it is it $5 or $10? I don't even know. But if you're going to take that out and you don't drop the price of Game Pass, because that's one of the benefits that it comes with that, I feel like you have to do a swap. I feel like
you're going to have to recoup somewhere.
Either like EA, well, EA's already included, either like Ubisoft, say, hey, we're taking this out, but we're including Ubisoft games. Some shit, right? Something like that, I think will have to take place in order for it to be a thing that,
for it to make sense.
Well, for it to make financial sense, right?
I
for
think
people to be like, wait, hold on, I'm going to pay 20, but still and lose something.
Yeah. I don't think they'll drop it. I think it'll drop naturally as people just wane off a Game Pass core and into, one of the other Game Pass tiers. I think that's how that online requirement goes away. Like, just over time, people just won't be in Game Pass core anymore because the value of the other tiers of Game Pass will be so much better as an option. And I think at that point, Game Pass core will go away and there won't be an online requirement, but it won't be because they got rid of it. It'll just be because the customers stopped signing up for that lowest tier because there was more value elsewhere.
Facts. I see that for sure. Which would make sense, right? So as you continue to add value, it's like, oh shit, do I want to keep waiting for those day and dates? I mean, that being said, they are slowly like putting standard games, like games going into standard a thing, right? Like,
it's a waiting period, but you eventually get them.
Month, I believe, like Starfield is going in to standard, right? So like the people who have that kind of lesser tier are still getting a banger of a fucking game. I mean, obviously it's going to be, a year and a half, right? A year and a half later, but still, you're still getting it.
Yeah.
That's a W. So, and I see them more and more, like every time Game Pass drops like another announcement, it's like, oh, look at these games going into standard. Look at these games going into standard. Some games are going into ultimate and standard at the same time.
Yeah, day one.
Like you're getting both day and date. So, I mean, that's a huge W. So I agree with you. I think that at a certain point, it'll just be like, oh, you know, we don't need this anymore because so little people are subscribed there. What we lose there, we've gained in the uptick in the cost.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, that's a possibility, man. Or like I said, they could just drop the online requirement and just substitute something in there, right?
Yeah.
Whatever it is, just substitute something in there, right? If you do
Just
that,
don't-
swap it out, you're good to go.
Don't make that substitution cloud saves. That's all I got to say. Keep my cloud saves free.
Oh, he doesn't have. You can't hear.
No,
okay,
I'm hearing
I
him
see what
after
you're
on the
doing.
phone.
Okay.
It's a little delay for me.
Yes.
Because my ear is pieces down. But yeah, I think it'll happen at some point in time for sure. Now we have the homie Hargi Shani, our boy,
Hargi.
my dude.
Yes.
Thank you, brother, for being here, man. Thank you for the $5 super chat, homie. It says Xbox has taken over.
Yep.
Baby, say that line for me. Just read it.
Mm-hmm.
Read that one line. Just right there.
Xbox has taken over, baby.
Goddamn. Do me a favor, Farrell.
Yes.
Farrell, hit me with that first line right there.
Xbox has taken over.
Say it with your chest.
Right.
Xbox has taken over.
Woo!
If you saw on the thumbnail, I didn't write it down on the title, but I left it on the thumbnail. Okay, it's spicy. It says Xbox owns PlayStation.
Oh. Oh.
Let that simmer. Okay? Let that simmer.
You work for me now.
You're my bitch now. Okay. Xbox walks into the PlayStation building like they own the fucking building. You know what I'm saying? Like they walk in there and they say, "What's up, bitches?
What you gonna say about it? What you gonna do about
coffee?
it?" Yep.
Give me my crumpets. That's right. I want you to take her out. Where crumpets are from? Is that from like UK or something? From England?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that's correct. Yeah.
Go fetch
Either
me
there or like
crumpets.
France or something. Yeah.
Yeah, get on a plane, bitch. Go to England and then come back. I want my crumpets. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the way they handle shit. All right. They ain't fucking around. This is the real
Coach
shit.
is like, give me my crumpets.
I don't know what's a crumpet. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like it might be something good or something that I just know the name of.
What said not the tea and crumpets.
Yeah, they did.
There you go.
Aren't crumpets like those like hard cookies?
You know what I'm saying?
Like they're like that, like
Yes,
they're like
I think
them
so,
hard,
like they
like
dip in
dull,
the
like they're like kind of like
tea.
dull
Yeah.
tasting cookies.
Exactly.
Let's go for some croissants. CMoney.
But I want
Get
fresh ones from France.
Some croissants
okay?
from France.
I want
Okay.
it, regardless of what it is, I want it fresh. Okay, delivered here today. So that's how Phil walks into the PlayStation, by the way, just so you know.
Oh man.
But Hargi continues and says, "What games do PlayStation players look forward to? PlayStation first-party games or Xbox games? They're
Xbox.
more excited to play Xbox.
Yes.
Games. PlayStation is lame.
I love the
Facts.
rolly eyes.
Roll the eyes. Roll the eyes.
PlayStation is lame. Yo, let's go.
Facts.
You already know. Those are bars.
It's true.
They're so hyped for our game. Who would have thought, Hargi? Who would have thought? I thought they hated our games.
They claim to have hated them. They mocked them, right? Said they were mid.
They were whack.
Say they
You
were
guys have whack games.
Who wants that shit?
Who wants it?
Right? Who wants that? I mean, this is just what it is. This is just what it is. I mean, at the end of the day, this is what we want from Xbox, to go ahead and just keep rocking. Look at Gun Griffin over here. What's up, man?
Yo, Gun Griffin was good.
Says, Phil won't do the media's bidding by giving up the game. Xbox told him off by saying, "Watch how we soar."
Let's go.
Watch how we soar.
Let's go, baby.
Damn. Look up, bitch. Look up. This is you guys. Oh. Look up. That's where you find us. All right. We look down there and say, "Oh, look at them. They're cute. They're cute. They're playing Xbox games. Look at them." So cute. So cute. Right? It's a beautiful world. It's a beautiful world. It's a way of being that is for the foreseeable future their way of being. Okay, it's a way of being that will stay their way of being. It's just what it is. There's no climbing out of it. And I think that's the part that gets me the most excited. It really, honestly, I think it is. It's just I know there's no way out, so there's no changing this narrative.
Yeah,
this narrative never goes away.
It's locked down, baby. It's locked
Again,
down. Yes,
until dawn. Until dawn. Let me see over here. Knights of the Realm. What's up?
Yo,
man?
what's good?
Says, if
Thank you for rocking out.
Subscribers unsubscribe from Game Pass, do you think Xbox will learn their lesson? Do you think Xbox will stop putting games on other platforms? That's keeping games away from our platform. Oh, from another platform that's keeping games away from our platform. If 10 million subscribers are people who are subscribed to Game Pass, if 10 million stopped subscribing to Game Pass, and then in turn took the deal of a lifetime, which was $20 a month, and turned that into, instead of $240 for the year, $510 for the year, because they're going to PlayStation to buy those games now, or they're going to just stay on Xbox and buy those games, or go to PC and buy those games, or go to Switch to buy those games. I don't know. Listen, Knight, I'm not being facetious or snarky when I say this, but do the math and tell me, do you think they're going to learn their lesson? If every person who was going to spend $240 a year now spends $500 plus a year?
Yeah, because
if we can't see that Game Pass is for our benefit, I mean,
I'm just wondering. Would you? Let me ask you a question. Let me flip it. Knights, if you were in a situation where somebody was doing business with you and you gave them a deal and said, hey, listen, you come do this deal with me and I'll do it for cheap for you, right? And then they say, okay, cool, we love that. And then you say, well, I'm also gonna do this deal over here, right? And then the first deal says, you're doing that deal over there? Go fuck yourself. I'm done with this deal. Just charge me full price and I'll be on my way.
I still want them games because,
Would you be upset, Knights of the Realm? Would you say to yourself, fuck that. Fuck that. I don't want that deal. You tell me, would you be upset if the person is now paying you more money? I just want to know. Okay, well, let's say here, right? Knights of the Realm says that's not what I'm saying. If people unsubscribe from Game Pass in the millions just because they're putting your games in other platforms, you think it's going to make sense? Well, again, the question is, if they want to buy those, if they're subscribed because they want the games, that's the only reason I could assume that one would be subscribed.
Yeah.
Right? You're saying to yourself, I buy these games, right? And I spend $70, $50, $60, $40, whatever Xbox charges, right? I normally buy these games. So what I want to do is spend $20 a month now, consolidate, and just spend $240 a year, and I'm good. So what I'm saying is, if they unsubscribe from Game Pass for the sole purpose that they no longer want to support Xbox through Game Pass, they're going to go to PlayStation or some other way to play these games, which I can only assume is what they would want to do, then no, I would say that they will go ahead and be very happy that they're getting an increase of sales, so that's 10 million more sales that they would get across the board at full price, instead of, at $20 a month times each game.
That's assuming, that's assuming that it's just one game. If you want at least 2 of those games, and again, we're talking, it's wild. This is the situation that we're in. Like, this is a ridiculous amount of quality games going into Game Pass. I feel like it's the other way around. When you look at the situation and you're like, I'm buying 3-4 of these games, right? Does it not make sense for me to go ahead and just pay $20 a month? I think that's what they're trying to show you and have you kind of do the math and say, okay, they're either going to make a shit ton of money off of me, or I'm going to go to Game Pass, one or the other.
Facts.
And they're happy with either one.
Yeah, there's only one version of this where you, as the consumer, is beating the system.
Yeah.
Right? You're beating the system if you're in Game Pass. That's what you're doing. As a gamer, you're beating the system, right? You are finding a way to enjoy gaming at a level that is unprecedented at the cost that you're spending to play games, right? And again, listen, Knights, just like the homie Ice Cold, right? I understand the idea. I understand the rationale because, again, these are pony narratives that you see out there and you're inundated with them, right? You see it on Twitter. You see it on YouTube channels where they're telling you Xbox is fucked. These games are going. Or you're still emotionally tied to the idea that the essence of Xbox is the box and not the games, right?
It's about the games.
And listen, if you're still like that, I understand. There's still people going through that shit, right? You're putting a question out there. I understand it. But that's why we're here, right? That's why, we come together and we rock out with each other. And if you're a part of this, where you're here and you're not just one of these fucking ponybot losers that are out in the street talking hella shit, then come here. We'll talk about it. We'll discuss it and make it pretty clear, right? Like, at the end of the day, if you don't want to support Xbox by playing their games at all, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're saying to yourself, yo, if a game goes to PlayStation, right? If a game goes to PlayStation that was on Xbox, right?
Dead to me.
And I hate you now, Xbox. You basically just fucked my wife in front of me. I'm done, right? If that's what you're saying, then fam, I appreciate you being here. You're welcome to be here anytime you want. Come rock out at any moment in time. But when it comes to gaming, bro, just go buy the PlayStation, go do whatever you want. Knights, we don't, just to be clear, we don't like run the chat. You know what I'm saying? Like, the reason why everybody's here and the reason why I presume you were here is that we don't shut you guys up. We don't tell you that you need to watch your fucking place and do that shit. If you're here outside of ponies, we shut them the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? It's like, pop, get out of here. You know what I'm saying? Bye-bye. But outside of that, it's like, look at how many people come in here, right? Look how many people rock out with us, right? This is a group of people who love Xbox, the games that they make. They appreciate the value in it, right? We're not saying that if they fucking threw away Game Pass and started doing some other crazy shit that there would be some serious questioning of what's happening here, right? But at the end of the day, where we are right now, it's just a matter of knowing that at the end of the day, you got to look at the bigger picture. And Knights, I know you're in the Discord. I'm not coming at you. I hope it doesn't sound like it. If it sounds like I am, I apologize. I'm definitely not, because I do, see you in the Discord. I'm not giving you shit. I'm talking about the fact that the question itself, the fact that if some people leave, there's another way around it, right? Like, Microsoft is not going to cry if somebody decides to leave and then buy the game. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just the reality of what it is. If people are going to be so upset to leave, like, think about it, like, Knights, how many shows have we done where we put it out here and we say, if you're a fake fan, get the fuck out, You know what I'm saying? Go, leave. Like, we don't care. It doesn't matter. Like, you're like, understand, like, as much as it's dope, like, we're not under some idea that me as one entity is so valuable to Xbox. It's just not, that's not the reality. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're just one $20 subscription to them. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the reality, right?
Well, you're like $3 like 3 or 4.
I mean, we have 3 technically, so we're worth a little more than you one subscription havers. You know what I'm saying? So we are the next tier. But overall, no, you know, we don't think we're some fucking special shit. We just love the fact that at the end of the day, they're still supporting us.
They're not taking anything away from us. That's the one thing that I need to clarify. They're not taking anything away from us. We still have our games in Game Pass. We have all the games. You look at this list, and it's nothing in comparison to what's in there right now. And what's coming, and we are getting it guaranteed.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't, and it's funny because I've seen this on Twitter. They're not taking, if they were saying these games are going on PlayStation and we're not putting them in Game Pass, that's a whole different conversation. Or, you know, the developers are getting these games, but you guys are not. That's a whole different conversation. I think when we're looking at the bigger picture and we see what they're doing, how they're investing, the amount of games that they're releasing, and then we look over at the other side and they're not doing a freaking damn thing, which would you prefer? I mean, for me, it's an easy answer, right? So but to each their own, though. Like, you have to process this however you need to go ahead and process it, and you can't go ahead and, you know, if you're in Game Pass, unhappily be paying those $20. The joy of Game Pass is I'm paying $20 and getting all these games, or $80 and getting all these games, right? But that's the whole point. So if it makes sense for you to go buy them, I mean, go buy them.
I would say, you know, unsubscribing to Game Pass, I mean, that's a personal choice. If 10 million people unsubscribe, does it impact Microsoft in a way? Yes, but how that's how that is to be determined, because just because 10 million people unsubscribe doesn't mean 10 million people stop buying games. I know if I unsubscribe from Game Pass, I'm still gonna buy games. I still own an Xbox, so I'm still gonna buy games on Xbox. If I was a part of Game Pass, then there's probably games that Xbox makes that I want to play. So even if I change platforms, there's a good chance that of those 10 million, a good percent are still going to purchase some sort of Xbox game. So I think the impact would be minimal. But as far as sending a message, I don't think that necessarily sends a message to Xbox, because Xbox is winning the war that they're trying to win. And I think sometimes as you know, people who are fans of a platform, we want them to win the war how we want them to win it, and it's been fought a certain way for so long that we think that it has to be won a certain way. But technology and distribution is changing so rapidly before our eyes that it's not what it used to be. And this battle between PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo, Steam is much more different than anything we've seen over the past 20-30 years.
Absolutely.
And how it's going to be won is going to look a lot different as a result of that. It's more about your content, your services, however how you're able to deliver that, and the experience you're able to deliver to the customer. As a Xbox customer, we are provided a premium experience, whether we're in Game Pass or out of Game Pass, you know, with things like quick resume and the free cloud saves. And there's just a bevy of services that they provide to us that allows us to have a premium experience that we don't really find in other places. Like even Steam has a wonderful store, but there's not a ton of services and benefits that they provide to you outside of just the ability to purchase a wide variety of titles. So I feel like Xbox does a pretty good job of taking care of their customers. They're they're winning the war how they want to win it. And I think because the fact that they're winning, I don't think that there's really a message that you can send as a customer. Like it'd have to be like 100 million customers like start changing their spending behaviors to send a message to Xbox at this point, because they are having such success with what they're doing.
Yeah, like the easy thing to think about, especially when it compared to Game Pass, like Game Pass, obviously it's hugely profitable for them with scale, right? So the more they have, the more profitable it is for them, which is great. That being said, they 100% make more profit from someone who buys a game,
Absolutely.
right? From that particular user. You know, it's just what it is, right? So if you're going ahead and you're still excited to play the games, you just want to play them out of pocket, then that's not going to be an issue for them. And frankly, what they're doing right now, this is the same shit they did when they bought Call of Duty, right? Call of Duty was an umbrella, right? Which made it so that no matter what happens, they know they're going to be making X amount of dollars every year, right? No matter what, because it hits that consistently, right? Understand this. What they're doing right now, see, Call of Duty insulated their games studios, right? Call of Duty protects the studios because they know they're going to make a certain amount of money. They know that they have some wiggle room with their studios. They can allow them to do these unique things, because that's why Mad Booty tiered them off, right? They know that certain tiers of studios are going to do certain things. They have the studios that they know are need to make a lot of money, like your Halo and your Gears and Call of Duty. And then you have the smaller studios like a Ninja Theory that can just be for the art, that they're not expecting a lot of money, but keeps the engagement up and it keeps the culture alive, right? What putting their games everywhere does, okay? I'm about to hit you with the next part that you understand now going forward. Games everywhere protects Game Pass. Call of Duty protects the games. Games everywhere protects Game Pass.
Absolutely.
Because at the end of the day, as much as we all want to, feel like they'll just keep doing anything forever, right? Even though they're making a good amount of money, they want to make sure that if they're going to invest deeper and more into Game Pass, and they're going to keep putting these huge first-party games in the Game Pass, and spending more than ever on these games, they want to take the sales that they are losing. They are taking the sales that they're losing on an Xbox platform or on PC platform, right? They're taking those sales and they're recouping them elsewhere. That's what they're doing. Okay. They're taking PlayStation payers and reinforcing Game Pass. They're making them pay for the game. Why do you think we say it all the time? They're funding our Game Pass. What do you think that means? They're funding our Game Pass. PlayStation players are going to do it. Nintendo players are going to do it. That is the reality of what it is. Okay. They are protecting our Game Pass, making sure that it keeps going. Not that if they weren't there, it wasn't going to be here. But again, just like if Call of Duty wasn't there, that doesn't mean our games weren't going to be there, right? They were still going to make games. You know what I'm saying? This is the reality of what it is. They were still going to make games. They weren't going to not make games no matter what the situation was, as long as they kept selling and having a reason, having Game Pass and all this shit going, right? But they went ahead and they have Call of Duty that eases everything else for the developers of the other studios, right? Same thing here. They're putting their games on these other platforms, eases Game Pass, right? So that fluctuation, up, down, whatever, doesn't matter. It's all being handled by all of the outside sources that they do. It's just smart business, right? It's just smart business.
It is. At the end of the day, all these clowns out there telling you that you shouldn't support Game Pass or you shouldn't be a part of Game Pass are subscribed to Game Pass. They're just out there running their mouth and talking crap.
Facts. But I think that was a good discussion. I'm glad you brought that up. We do have our boy Make It Simple.
Make It Simple was good.
Thank you, my brother, for being
Thank
here.
you, love.
Thank you for that, homie. Says, in this market, exclusivity is like playing Russian roulette. Nintendo games are cheap to make, but I wonder how long that will last. Facts. It is, because if your game doesn't hit and you spent that much money, it's a problem. Dude, look at every single big AAA attempt by an independent AA type studio. Every single one of them who went and swung for the fences found out the hard way that doesn't matter how dope the game is, doesn't matter how good the game is, there has to be something that just connects and it cannot be defined. You cannot go to a studio and say, hey, if your game is about XYZ, it's going to be huge. Or if you put this in there, it's going to be huge. It's the perfect combination of game and everything else you do that will allow it to be successful, but it's nothing. You can't pay for it. Can't pay for the success. You can advertise it as much as you want. Does it make a difference? Spending money on advertisement doesn't mean shit if the shit you're advertising isn't something worth participating in. Right? If people don't want to buy the shit that you're trying to sell them, doesn't matter how much money you spent on trying to sell them that shit, it's not going to help. Right? So these people who are investing all this money, how many of them, dude, that scary game that we like a lot. Remember it, baby? We played a lot of it streaming.
Yes.
Callisto Protocol?
Yes. Callisto Protocol. Fucking amazing. I know some people felt whatever they felt, but I don't give a shit. That shit was amazing. Love that shit. Fucking graphics were fucking crazy.
Didn't sell well,
gameplay,
but man,
they didn't sell shit.
Yep.
But it was fucking good.
It
right?
was.
It was really, really fucking good. But they're either gone or I don't even know what that studio is doing.
The studio doesn't exist anymore, I think.
Yeah, it was the guy who
the IP got sold and the studio closed.
Yep. Callisto,
that was a good game.
Callisto Crafton owns them now, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Something like that.
But
we gave away a copy of it. It was that good.
Yeah, it was really good. It was really good. So like, there's nothing that can protect these places, bro.
That was another game that decided to align themselves with PlayStation.
Yep, the PlayStation curse.
That was another game that I mean, they released everywhere day one, but they had decided to prioritize PlayStation and, bit them in the butt.
Yeah.
Facts.
Man, I don't know when they're gonna learn.
Every that Game Pass back for Callisto Protocol, they still be around. I can tell you that much.
Yep. Agreed.
True that.
Agreed. 100%.
True that. Listen. At the end of the day, I love the fact that Xbox is going ahead and not giving a fuck what the world thinks. They don't care. They know what's coming. And they're not going to let a bunch of people come out here and fucking change their story again. That was already done.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you right now, if Xbox did not flinch, they would have came out of that generation way different. We would have came out of the Xbox One generation way different. Now, again, we say it all the time because I'm not trying to put it out there. I'm glad what happened because this is the multiverse I think that we should be in. But at the end of the day, like, this is real shit. They're doing what's right. I could see it. You know what I'm saying? I could see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I see what they're doing. I see what they're trying to do.
And you understand why. That's the thing.
Logistically, just makes so much sense, bro. Go ahead, baby.
No, it's true. You see it. You understand why. It's difficult if you don't, or you open, or if you are not open to understanding it. but it makes sense. That's the thing. And if it didn't, I would say so. If it didn't make sense to me, that's also an isolated situation, right? Just because it makes sense to me, it doesn't mean that it needs to make sense to you. Just like, these developers are acting like these games going on their platform is the most amazing thing, and they are winning because of it. And it's like, listen, you don't want to see it, no problem. That's okay. Continue to pay, continue to support us, appreciate it. But it's an isolated situation. To go ahead and kind of decide whether you understand it or not. I understand 100% why they're doing what they're doing. And it makes sense to us. Here's the Game Pass.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. I have one more thing to talk about real quick. But it's pretty late. We're gonna do one real fast. And I only want to do it. And Dem Guts brought it up a little earlier.
Be nice. Good night.
Be nice. Be easy, homie. Real quick, let me grab it. I just want to get the announcement. We'll talk about it for a second, and then we'll be done. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get it.
No, take your time. See, no problem. Sure.
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
No problem at all. 1 a.m. is just right around the corner.
Yeah. That's it. Sure. Just keep at it.
Hold on.
Ryer wants to know if it's CMoney's hair reveal.
First of all,
is that
how many times have you seen my head with my hair on it?
You
guys are cracked out.
Yeah, we're cracked out.
How are you putting yourself into this?
Oh, my bad.
Wow.
Don't worry. Wow. I came in support today. CMoney. I came in support today.
Thank you. Bean squad. You know what I'm saying? Ain't fucking around.
Everybody wear a beanie for CMoney. All right?
That's right.
Hashtag support CMoney.
That's right. Listen, we made some. Wait till I get ours. It's coming.
Wow. Coming. Jonas and Dad says, wait, CMoney has hair?
Wow. Wow. That's wild.
Yo, Scott the Gamer dude, what's good? He says he didn't get the memo about the beanie. Well, listen. It's the beanie crew.
You gotta be a part of the crew. You know what I'm saying? It's just what it is.
CMoney beanies for sale? Yes.
Yeah, they're coming.
They're at a store. We actually, his is coming. Yeah, so you guys are going to see him with an on point beanie.
Check it out.
Yes.
Check it out. Repping our new logo. It's dope. All right.
Check out our website, onpoint4gamers.com.
Yeah, if you go to our website, it's really cool the way it works. Literally on our website, onpoint4gamers.com, there is a store tab. And right on the store tab, you can get what you want.
Takes you right in. Yeah. It's actually
right
simpler.
Easy. All right. So the news that I wanted to talk about.
Okay.
The news that I need to bring up is I need to shut up all those stupid fucking people who cried nonstop.
What?
This fucking game. That's right. Look at what's here now. After all the bullshit crying, Marvel versus fucking Capcom fighting collection arcade classics.
Oh my god!
Is now on Xbox.
But it was all the crying that did it, CMoney.
Oh no! It was only the crying. You're right. Not the $1 trillion company talking to one of its customers who came out of nowhere talking shit about the game when they clearly could have talked to them behind closed doors and got this all settled.
I can't stand when they run out to Twitter to go cry. It's like, come on, man. Come on.
Bro, it was no crying. Just so you know, the crying didn't do shit. Okay? They knew about it. They knew. Bro, they went ahead and saw it at the same time we did. They were like, bro, what do you mean the shit don't work? and they sent over people right away. Come on, man.
Oh my God, Sardinas, you wildin'. Sir X-Men must be happy. If he's alive, that is.
Oh my God, that's wild. Sir X-Men was just, I mean, I guess we don't know 100%, but he was just in here last show. You know what I'm saying? So that was for sure.
Man, that was funny.
Yeah.
Rowski was good. Berg, what's up?
What's up, guys?
All I know is this game better chart. When Matt Pescatella puts that sales chart out, it better chart this month.
Fuck it, better dethrone Call of Duty. Okay, so better dethrone Call of Duty. This fucking Marvel versus Capcom is like $20. That shit better dethrone.
Oh my gosh!
No excuses.
No excuses. I don't want to hear shit. Motherfuckers better buy 6 copies of this shit each. All right. I want to see that shit chart somewhere. God damn it.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, this is the
Capcom grand closing. Yes.
Capcom had a spotlight where they showed some of their stuff. There was a pretty cool announcement that came out. I feel like I'm hoping that is the original Onimusha, that remaster they did, is that in Game Pass?
I don't think so. I think they just did an announcement for Onimusha 2 remaster. But
yeah, that's from this. That's from this.
Mm-hmm.
But is the first one in Game Pass? Because I kind of want to play it, but I'm not going to buy it unless it's super cheap.
I thought Onimusha was always exclusive to PlayStation. I never known it to be on Xbox.
No. That was only on.
If it was, I just didn't know.
I thought then it just came. Hold on, now you're fucking with me. God damn it. Onimusha Part 2 just was revealed.
Yes.
And it's on everything. So that can only mean that the first one is on everything. Onimusha Remaster. It's Warlords, right? Onimusha Warlords.
Onimusha Warlords is the new one. And I do see some boxes of the original Onimusha on Xbox, but I don't know if
so you never fucked with Onimusha like that.
I played it on PlayStation back in the day.
Okay.
Well, it's pretty sure it's on Xbox right now, right? Let me just make sure. Xbox. You see it on Xbox, right?
I see some original boxes. I don't see like a Xbox Series original. Like I can.
Yeah, I see the Xbox One Onimusha box, right? And I think that's where it's releasing. It's not like a series. It's not a series game. It's on Xbox One. Same way as Part 2, actually. This new one. Yeah, the original.
The original is called Onimusha Warlord. The original is called
Genma Onimusha.
Yeah, but I'm saying is the Onimusha Warlords, is that the remake of the first one?
That's the remake of the first one. Yeah, so Xbox One it came out on, and obviously you could play it on your series, but it's Xbox One. Same thing with Part 2. So Part 2 is also for
I have to pick that up. It's only $10.
What's $10?
Onimusha Warlords.
Is it?
Yeah, it's only $10 right now.
On Xbox right now? Is it on sale or is that just the price?
Normal price is $20, so on sale.
Oh, I might get that. $10?
Yeah.
I might get that because I have been itching to play that. Okay. So there's a dev diary for Onimusha Way of the Sword, the new Onimusha.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you guys want to see that, but I do. I'm going to put the trailer on for the remaster, and this is coming, like I said, to all of them. So let's put this. Wait, did I share it? Oh no, here it goes. Okay, so let's put this here. Check this out.
My name is Golden Dantis, the greatest swordsman of all demons.
I hate remasters.
Okay.
I hate remasters. I feel like it's such a waste of opportunity to not do a remake. I mean, that looked old as fuck.
Very.
That's old. I didn't like the voice acting.
No.
Very
cheesy.
comedic.
That looked kind of trash.
Corny.
Interesting.
All right. It was all a dream.
It was all a dream. I was a little more amped for that than I should have been.
You heard that dude's voice and cut the trailer right off.
Yeah.
4 seconds in.
I was like, wow.
4 seconds was enough.
It's like these dudes out here getting excited for some crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? Like that's real wild.
Oh man.
All right, and then
they're like F new games.
Facts. All right, and then there's Way of the Sword.
Oh, there's more.
This is the new one. This is the new one that's coming out.
All right.
Let's see.
The new one looks great.
It's a slightly longer trailer. If it's not entertaining, we'll just cut it off.
Okay.
But I just want to see because I didn't watch it. So
I guarantee we'll make it more than 4 seconds.
And that's a wrap now.
Guys.
I feel like Capcom nails like graphics and shit like that for their big stuff. I think they're treating this as a big release.
Yeah, ever since they figured out that RE engine is been up.
That engine's been crazy. I mean, his shit is upgraded. It was coming from far away. I mean, that definitely looked good. Yes?
Yeah.
Man.
Feels like I'm getting less human by the minute.
2026.
Okay.
That's it? Okay.
No, it's a.
Hello, everybody. My name is Karawaki, and I'm producer on Onimusha, Way of the Sword.
Look at the eye on there.
Thank you for tuning in.
That shit look good.
This title is the
There was
newest
this, like,
entry in
people actually
Capcom's
live-streamed
sword fighting
this show.
action game series,
Yeah, they
Onimusha.
talked about this. They talked about Monster Hunter.
To
Monster
add some
Hunter has its own
detail to
direct.
what we showed in the
I
video.
love the eye. You don't
In this
see that
game,
video?
we are
it looks
taking
fire.
Onimusha's signature sword
That's
fighting
normally
action
like a detail
and
that
dark fantasy
we would look
elements,
at and be like,
and
wow, that's
using
cool.
Capcom's latest technology
it's-
to make this new game as captivating as
Probably.
possible.
Probably the
We're focusing
time
on
I
three
got
core
my vision
aspects.
effed up.
Compelling
Um,
characters,
Gotcha.
Your
including a
sound
new
bounce is a little bit
protagonist
off.
and
Your
enemies
sound,
that
I
are
can't
interesting
hear- I
more
can't
than
hear
just
Power.
visually. The setting of Kyoto,
My bad,
a
guys.
location brimming with historic
Thank
spots
you.
with mysterious and
I don't
unsettling
think that. Now is it
backstories.
better?
And lastly, the ultimate
Is that good?
sword
All right,
fighting
that's good.
action. These are the three core aspects
So
we're
the
working to
ultimate sword
emphasize in
fighting
our game.
action. Can I ask you a question?
Now,
Do you guys
I would
think
like to
that
introduce the director of this title,
they
Nihei.
saw Ninja Gaiden and said, "Oh shit"?
Hello.
So this one
I am the
obviously
director of
was
Onimusha, Way
announced
of the
before
Sword,
Ninja Gaiden,
Nihei.
but the
Thank you for
remaster
your time.
was announced after the Ninja Gaiden
We decided to
2
set this
Black
game in the
remake.
Edo period
Yeah.
of historic
And
Japan.
that is
You'll explore historic
is wild.
locations around Kyoto.
I don't think
such as
Onimusha's
Kyomizu
worried about
Data
it, but I
Temple.
do think a
Yeah.
game like Ghost of
Kyoto,
Yote is going to have a hard time standing up to Assassin's Creed, Ninja Gaiden, and Onimusha.
The protagonist,
Agreed.
due to a twist of fate,
agreed. All right, I'm
finds
not gonna lie,
himself
guys.
wielding an Oni gauntlet.
There's a
Now in
reason.
Onimusha,
Excuse me.
it's about
Why-
mowing down the monstrosities roaming
There's
the
a reason
world
why
of
we
the
don't.
living, defeating their souls
God damn,
to
that
the
went that
gods.
wrong.
Through gritty and
Excuse
bloody
me,
soaked
Jesus.
brawls, he searches for his reason.
There's a
to
reason
fight.
why we don't stream
What fate
this type of
awaits
shit.
at the end of his path.
This is way too much information
Word
about
combat
a game that
was a special move.
It's 2
even
years
if we
away.
bought it, yeah, like it's so far away,
The full version
and it's not like
gameplay currently
what do you think we care that much? Show us what the shit looks like, and then if it's
Yeah, I
not
wish
good-
they just showed more of the game. I
Yeah,
get
show a
it. They
better
want to put
trailer.
out there that, the game is coming, but, give
I
it
mean-
a little more time.
game looks good. Game looks good. I wish they had more. Gun Griffin, I agree. Lost Planet was dope. I don't think they'll ever bring that back. Did you fuck with Lost Planet, Ferrero?
Yeah, I still got it.
Do you?
Yeah. It's I think it's one of those like 360 games that, you know, it's legacy that if you already own it, you can still play it. So I still got it on the still got it in my library.
Nice.
Pretty dope.
That's dope. Excuse me. Yeah, that was a dope game. I remember part 1 was really good. Part 2 was like not. No, wait, was part 2 the one that was good? I know part 3, I think for sure was the one that went to shit. Am I not mistaken? Like part 3, right?
I don't know if I have Lost Planet 2. I know
one.
I got the original Lost Planet. I don't know if I have Lost Planet 2.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what it is. We'll see what they do. I don't have really any high hopes for it.
Sure, it'll be fine once it hits.
Let me get
It's
my
a little
homie,
closer. Ferg, what's good,
Bird-based
love?
Brizzle. My dude with that $5 super chat, man. Appreciate you, homie. Thank you so much.
Thank
for
you,
being here.
love.
Says Doodle, heart, no disrespect, CMoney. Don't turn into dirty money on me. Listen, that's for after. Yeah, there's no cameras could be off in that scenario to take place. You know what I'm saying? No. Listen, she deserves it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, snap. My boy Make It Simple with that $2 super chat
Yo!
says, I just gifted you the game on Xbox.
Let's
CMoney.
go.
What game?
That's what's up.
Yo.
Get out of here.
That
That's
is
so
fire.
dope of
What
you.
game are
Thank
you talking
you.
about? Thank you, man.
Thank
That's very
Onimusha.
kind of you, homie.
That's so
Onimusha?
dope.
Wow. That's fire, bro.
That's pretty dope.
Oh, man.
Thank
That's very
you.
kind of you, homie.
That's
That's
so
very,
dope.
very nice, man. Thank
Shout
you,
out to
brother.
Make It Simple.
Shout out to Make It Simple.
That's
though,
what's
homie.
up.
That is very fucking dope, man. Thank
Now
you
you
so
gotta
much.
play it.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Now,
Even with the 4-second, you heard the voice acting up. Oh, so I
Yeah.
gotta play it now.
well, I
Keep
think it was
going
the
in.
first one. I think it was the first one. First one was definitely better than the second one. That's for sure.
That's
Actually,
that's
the third
what's
one
up.
was really good too. The one with that what was his name? He was like a French actor, Reno, Jean
Mhm.
Reno.
Yeah.
That sound about right? Yeah, I remember that one. That one was really good too. Part 3, actually. EJ Jackson in the building. I see you. Says,
Yo,
I'm late, but when's the
EJ,
next
what's
show?
good?
Guys, the next show is Thursday. And what show is that going to be? Well, number 1, it's going to be our last show of the week until Tuesday. That's right. Because it's my Doodle's birthday weekend.
Yes.
Oh,
That's right. So we are going to do our birthday stream. We did it last year. So we will return on Thursday with Doodle's birthday stream. We'll be talking that shit as we do, but in celebration of my lovely Doodle, our lovely Doodle, I should say. And yeah, so we're gonna have
That's gonna
a
be
great
dope. I
show
hope
tomorrow.
you guys come by and
the
you
homie
know,
King David's gonna come through,
yes.
come rock out for a while.
As
So
I
that's cool.
wave goodbye to my teen years.
Oh, EJ, appreciate you, man. Teen years. God damn.
You know.
You know that doesn't sound good for me. You know what I'm saying? Like you trying to get me locked up here,
Just go along with it. See,
and you have an 18-year-old son. I'm just saying.
what?
But
Anyway.
Listen, why don't you do like your hairline and take a step back? See,
Wow.
trying to blast me.
Wow.
all right. Time to pull the beanie down a little bit more.
Wow.
CMoney, you there? CMoney? Look how far are you kidding me?
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Just saying, see, you know.
Goddamn.
But yeah.
Well, let's see if I'll be there at the event on
years,
Thursday,
eh?
apparently. God damn.
I thought we were doing a podcast, not a roast.
Wow.
Listen, can turn into anything. You never know.
Birthday plans canceled. So we will be back here this weekend doing all the shows. Everyone.
Some extra ones too.
Do some extra ones on Saturday specifically.
Oh my
God. Wow.
Oh man.
Wow.
That's wild. That's wild. This took a turn.
That was emotional damage for sure. Did you guys hear it when I pressed the button? I don't know if it works, but goddamn, that was cold. That was real cold. Well, good to know that that's the way we're gonna end the show.
Yes,
those are the famous last words of the show. God damn it! Wow. Wow.
I don't know what happened. You started talking crap.
Crap. Holy shit. God damn it.
I felt attacked. So
you felt attacked.
Man,
yeah.
Oh, you must have felt attacked with all the people saying how young you look and
thank you guys.
I guess I should see the Discord one of these days.
You should.
I'm in too many damn channels.
It gets wild.
There's only one channel that you need to be in. You know what I'm saying? The only one that matters. Come on, man. Come on.
Let's go, Faro.
Oh my God. Ryuar Gamer says CMoney gets more roasted than marshmallows. Facts. Pragmatic says man down.
Oh man.
Says not fired. Shots fired. Ryuar with the simple wow. Doodle.
Okay, Ryuar.
Wow. Abusive, some would say. Some would say that's okay. That's okay. It's her birthday. It's her birthday. I'll just smile and wave. Nah, she's awesome.
Of course. Isaac, the damn camera keeps following you, and you're like,
hello, darkness, my old friend. Batman Jones says that was cold-blooded. The mechanic says I did not come here to see a dead body. Oh my God.
CMoney gonna be sitting up in the bed just like that, like can't believe she said that.
With his beanie.
I never took this shit off now. That's it. Just like that. All this luscious hair is now to you.
Oh no.
Oh my God. Oh shit. Make it simple says, mind you, this is CMoney getting cooked on camera. If this is what she's willing to do here, just imagine. Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
That's
wild. That's wild.
Only if you mess with me. You know what I'm saying?
Oh shit. The homie.
Let's go.
Jackson.
EJ Jackson.
A little something for next show.
Let's go.
You're not gonna want to miss this
Thank
one.
you, EJ.
So I would suggest making sure you're there because you're
Let's
gonna be
go.
really sad. Really motherfucking sad.
Thank you, EJ. That's so dope.
That is dope. Thank you so much, brother. That's very cool. I'm excited. Look at this shit. All right. It's gonna be a fun show Thursday. Doodle's birthday, and we giving gifts. How are we gonna be?
Yes,
and we giving gifts because of EJ Jackson. That's right.
Yeah, shout out to EJ Jackson. Let's go.
All right, guys. Thank you all again, man. We appreciate y'all. Thank you for rocking out. Again, we will be back Thursday. It is the last show of the week until Tuesday, so make sure you're there.
Yes,
because that's the last of On Point for a few days. So definitely be there. 8 p.m. Eastern time. It's gonna be a fun ass show. Shout out to everyone who's here, man. We appreciate each and every one of y'all. Shout out to everyone who went ahead and is supporting us on Patreon and on YouTube. You guys are the shit. Thank y'all so much. Of course, shout out to our elite members, the homie Big Boy Mike and Dark Angelic, and of course our inner circle member, the homie Big Mix Gamer. We appreciate y'all. Shout out to the first 3 people in the chat, the homie IRL2, Chuck Finley, and Jonas the Dad. You guys are the shit. First super chat today was from Raiden Blade with that $2 super chat. Biggest super chat was, or the biggest first biggest super chat was from our boy Starkey Love at $5. And of course, gifted memberships. We had our boy Spartan661. Go ahead and get 5 On Point for Gamer memberships. You are awesome. Thank you so much.
Shout out to Make It Simple.
Shout out.
Somebody got a new game. Thank you so much.
Shout out to the homie Make It Simple, man. Thank you so much.
So dope.
Shout out to the homies who became members on their own accord today. That's right. The homie We Need Kills and the homie Lad.
Let's go.
Appreciate you guys.
That's
so
dope.
Thank y'all so much.
And shout out to EJ Jackson. We got a surprise for you guys, courtesy of EJ Jackson.
Facts.
That's dope.
Absolutely, man. Thank you so much. Guys, you are all the shit. And of course, our boy Farrell.
Yes.
For rocking out with us, man. Late ass night. Rocking out. Chilling with the homies. Appreciate you, man. Let everybody know where to find you, brother.
What's going on, everybody? You can find me on Mondays, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on YouTube, Vitamin G Podcast. Feel free to come rock out with me anytime. Appreciate you guys.
Word.
Let's go.
Support this man.
Yes.
Go rock out with the homie.
Check him out on Twitter.
Absolutely. Guys, thank you so much, man. You guys are the shit. We're going to be out of here, man. So, Doodle.
Yes.
We're going to end the show the way we end every single show. Doodle.
Yes.
We're done.
We are.
Until next time.
You're intruding.
You're intruding.